To our jury members, thank you, Dr. Khushbu Sahu. We deeply value your time, expertise, and constructive feedback. To all the participants here, present with confidence, clarity, this is your moment to communicate your research, your curiosity, and your journey as emerging scholars.
Today, we gather not just for conference, but for a celebration.
How many of you, when you have had a tough homework problem or needed to explain a complex idea, have turned to the internet?
Good morning to all. Hi, I'm Nitish from Class 9 Balbharti Public School, Pitampura, and today with you I'll be discussing my project, which is named Exploring the Role of Minerals in Prebiotic Chemistry on Earth and Beyond.
The way you deliver your presentation was really very good.
Thank you so much.
And I really enjoyed, seeing the way you could deliver it, and the way you were speaking throughout the slides. It was nice.
Thank you so much for being there. Thank you so much for listening to all the presentation and presenting your work.
This platform has been envisioned to celebrate young researchers, amplify student voices, and nurture a culture of inquiry, critical thinking, and publication-oriented research across disciplines. So, as your moderator today, I will guide the flow of presentation, ensure time management, and maintain the academic decorum of the session. Each participant will be allotted 8 minutes of presentation, followed by 2 minutes for question and feedback from the jury. I kindly request all presenters to adhere strictly to the time limit so that the schedule remains balanced and fair for everyone. A few gentle reminders for all the presenters. Please keep your microphones muted unless you are presenting. Kindly ensure your screen sharing is ready before your turn. Be prepared to begin when your name is announced. To our jury members, thank you, Dr. Khushbu Sahu. We deeply value your time, expertise, and constructive feedback. To all the participants here, present with confidence, clarity, this is your moment to communicate your research, your curiosity, and your journey as emerging scholars. Once again, welcome to ICONSTARS. Let us begin with inaugural address by Dr. Niharika, Director at Global R Hub. Dr. Niharika holds a PhD in Finance from Birla Institute of Technology and brings with her a remarkable blend of academic excellence and strategic insight. Her core strengths lie in data analysis, predictive modeling, academic writing, and research-driven content development. Please join me in warmly welcoming Dr. Niharika Srivastav. Dr. Niharika Srivastav, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Pooja. Thank you so much. So, yes, good morning, everyone. Good morning to all my distinguished guests, respected mentors, dedicated faculty members, and brilliant young researchers joining us from across the globe. Thank you so much once again for joining us. Now, on behalf of Global Research Hub, it gives me an immense pleasure to welcome you all to ICONSTARS 2025, the International Conference for Student Academic Research. Today, we gather not just for conference, but for a celebration of ideas, inquiry, and innovation driven by the next generation of scholars. ICONSTAR was envisioned as a platform where student curiosity meets global research excellence. It reflects our shared belief that research is not confined to laboratories or lecture halls. It begins with questions, grows through collaboration, and finds its purpose in contributing to society. At Global R Hub, our mission has always been to nurture a vibrant ecosystem of learning, research, and mentorship that transcend boundaries. We are proud that ICONSTAR brings together voice from diverse disciplines, technology, economics, health, and humanities, to explore how research can address the world evolving challenges. Now, this conference is not only about presenting papers or winning an award. It's about dialogue, about sharing perspective, challenging assumption, and inspiring each other to think differently. Each presentation, each discussion today is a step towards building a more information, compassionate, and innovative global community. I would like to take a moment to thank our academic partner, reviewers, mentors, and organizing committee members whose dedication and expertise have made this conference possible. Your effort ensured that student research receives the global platform and recognition it truly deserves. To all the participants, this is your stage. Use it to express, explore, and engage. Let Icon Start 2025 be a turning point into your academic journey. One that inspires you to pursue research not as an obligation, but as a lifelong passion for discovery and impact. So, as we open the proceedings of ICONSTAR 2025, let us reaffirm our commitment to knowledge collaboration and global research excellence. Together, let's make this conference not only success, but a source of inspiration for the academic community worldwide. Thank you and welcome again to ICONSTAR 2025. Let's begin this exciting journey of learning, sharing, and innovating together. Now, with great pleasure, I would like to invite Dr. Shivendu Sir, Associate Professor of Information System and Decision Science, Muma College of Business, University of Florida, and ex-IS Officer and CEO of Global Research Hub to deliver the keynote address. But before he joins, allow me to briefly highlight his remarkable journey. Dr. Shivendu Sir is an accomplished academic and industry leader whose work span information system, economics, business analytics, and emerging technologies. At the School of Information System, he has developed and taught undergraduate, graduate, MBA, and doctoral courses in areas including economics of information system design, econometrics, blockchain technology, crypto economy, and fintech. He currently serves as the chair of the Graduate Council at USF and chair of blockchain task force at Muma College of Business. Dr. Shivendu has led the prestigious White House initiated federal tech hire grant of $6 lakhs as principal investigator. He is the co-organizer of the State of Region Conference in the Tampa Bay region, an influential event that brings together hundreds of business and civic leaders to examine key economic indicators such as unemployment, economic income distribution, growth, and education attainment. Before transition to academia, Dr. Shivendu has served as a senior leadership in role of Indian Administrative Services. He holds a PhD and Master in Economics from University of Southern California, an MBA from IIM Ahmedabad, and Bachelor's in Electrical and Engineering from IIT Kanpur. So we all welcome Dr. Shivendu sir here.
Good morning, everyone. It's an honor to be here with so many brilliant and curious minds. Thank you very much, Dr. Niharika Srivastava, for your kind introduction. Let me start with a question. How many of you, when you have had a tough homework problem or needed to explain a complex idea, have turned to the internet? Maybe a quick search or even asked an AI chatbot. I'm sure that almost all of us have done that. We have the sum of human knowledge, and now intelligent tools that can summarize and explain it and write in our pockets. It is in our phones that we have all the knowledge that we have gathered over thousands of years. And on top of that, we have these AI tools which can summarize, which can explain, which can parse, and which can do many other things with that piece of information. It is incredible what we have achieved as human beings in last many years, specifically in last 50, 60 years, since the beginning of IT innovation and IT technologies has been an incredible journey. But all this also leads to a bigger question. In a world where a machine can memorize every fact, solve complex equations, and write a decent essay in seconds, what is our role? What makes us uniquely human and indispensable? Based on my long professional career, including being a professor at leading University of South Florida for the last 2 decades, I want to suggest an answer to this question. It's a very timely question. I believe your greatest ability or power in this new world is not just finding answers, but learning how to ask the right questions. And the path to developing that superpower of asking the right question and then finding answers to those questions is through exactly what you are doing here today. That is presenting your research, engaging in research conversations, trying to learn from others through they questioning your research and you questioning their research. Let me explain the 3 pillars of my argument for proposing that research is a core competency for success in future. First, the game has changed from memorizing to building knowledge. For generations, a big part of education was about building a foundation of knowledge. Memorizing multiplication tables. I remember when I was in school, this was the most important math capability that a 6th grader, 7th grader, 5th grader was supposed to have, to be able to memorize tables and give answers instantaneously. The moment somebody asks what is 6 into 7, I should be able to answer that instantaneously. But that capability is no more a core capability. Historical dates, remembering all those dates when a war took place, when what happened in the world, remembering all the chemical formulas, remembering all the maths formulas and the solutions and all those things, that was all essential to build that knowledge base. This was essential because information was scarce. But today, information is not scarce. It's overwhelming, and AI sits on top of it all. A powerful engine that can retrieve and reorganize that information instantaneously, on demand. You want something, you get it within seconds. So if artificial intelligence, AI, can recall every Supreme Court case, what is the value of a good lawyer? It shifts. It is no longer about having the data in your head. The new skill is knowing what to do with it. Can you analyze the implications of those court cases? Can you spot a pattern between them and that the AI wasn't able to find? Can you combine insights from law, sociology, and economics to form a new original argument in a case? The internet gave us the library. AI is giving us a super efficient librarian. But you are the scholar who decides what to research, why it matters, and what new creation to build with that knowledge. The goal is no longer just to learn what is known, but to discover what is unknown. And that leads to my second point. The new core competency is critical thinking. In an AI integrated, AI is going to be part of the world that we live in for probably any time in future that we can imagine. Because of this shift, higher education is undergoing a quiet revolution. The focus is moving sharply towards critical thinking, and this is directly tied to the skill sets for the AI-mediated work. Our ability to think critically, to figure out what is not known, and then to find out answers to those questions for which existing knowledge does not have any answer. Think of AI not as a cheat code, but as a new kind of tool, like a calculator. A calculator didn't make math obsolete. It made us better at doing math, allowing us to tackle more complex problems. Similarly, AI won't make thinking obsolete. It will demand that we become better thinkers. AI will make the value of thinking, critical thinking, far, far higher than any time we know in the past human beings have realized that. Why? Because AI models are not oracles of truth. They are pattern predictors. You know that LLMs don't do any other thing than trying to figure out and predicting a pattern of words and characters that fit the prompts that are being given by the user. They can sometimes be wrong or biased or miss the nuance. They tell us what is known, not what is unknown. Your critical thinking is the essential filter. It is the ability to ask, is this AI-generated answer actually correct? What perspective might be missing? How can I use this output as a starting point, not a final product? Education is now about training you to be the conductor of this AI orchestra, to guide it, challenge it, and refine its output with your human judgment, ethics, and creativity. This brings me to my final and most important point. Research is the superpower, the cycle of question, answer, and defend. That is what research is all about. This brings us to why we are all here today. The single best way to develop this critical questioning mindset is through the rigorous hands-on process of academic research, as you all have undergone in doing all these research papers that you are presenting today. Doing real research, the kind you are presenting, is a boot camp for the very skills the future demands. Let's break it down. It starts with a question, not just any question, but a good one, a novel question. This is the heart of your superpower. In a world of easy answers, you are learning to identify what we don't know. That is, to identify the difficult question. It motivates you to seek answers using scientific methods. You don't just Google it. You learn methods, you design experiments, you analyze primary sources, you collect data, you create models. This is how you move from a vague curiosity to a verifiable claim or a verifiable result or a verifiable answer to a question. You learn to work with technology using software for data analysis or digital archives for sources. You drive the process of discovering new answers. You are not just consuming existing knowledge, you are creating new knowledge. Finally, you learn to present and defend your findings. Writing a publishable paper or standing at a conference for presentation like you will today be doing isn't just about sharing an answer. It's about building a case. You have to anticipate counter arguments, acknowledge the limits of your work, and communicate your ideas clearly and persuasively. This cycle, question, seek good answer, defend is the ultimate antidote to a passive relationship with knowledge. What research does makes your relationship with knowledge active. You are not just a mere consumer standing by the side and watching that flow of knowledge going by. You are the person who is creating that knowledge. It transforms you from a consumer of information into a creator of new knowledge. And this isn't just for future academics. Whether you become a doctor diagnosing a rare condition, an entrepreneur spotting a market gap, a business opportunity, an engineer designing a sustainable city, or a lawyer building a case, you will be using these same research muscles, asking the right questions, seeking rigorous evidence-based answers, and defending your proposal, defending your arguments, defending your findings. So as you walk through this conference, listening to your peers' presentations and sharing your own work, I want you to see it for what it truly is. You are not just completing a school project. You are doing something much more profound. You are honing your human superpower. You are practicing the art of inquiry. You are building your critical thinking muscle. You are becoming a creator, a problem identifier, and a problem solver. The future integrated with technology isn't something to be feared. It is something to be shaped. And research is the way to shape that future. And it will be shaped by those who can look at all the information and all the intelligent tools at their disposal and ask with courage and curiosity, what is next? Thank you very much, and congratulations to all of you on this incredible work you are going to present. I can't wait to see the questions you will ask and the answers you will find. Thank you very much.
No, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sir, now next, I would like to introduce and invite Dr. Khushbu Sinha. So, to all of you, that's Dr. Khushbu Sinha. She's a PhD from University of West of Scotland, London campus. She expertise in psychology, behavioral science, behavioral economics, marketing strategy, health economics, digital transformation, and technology adoption. So, I welcome Dr. Khushbu Sinha. Over to you.
Hi, thank you, Dr. Niharika, and good morning, everyone. And thank you for being here. All right, can you see my screen?
Yes. Yeah.
All right, great. So, before we begin, I want you to just look around and for a moment, just feel it. And you might be on your laptop listening to me, and there might be some LED lights in your room, maybe a bottle of water or some chocolates or some snacks near you. So a lot of research has gone into making and perfecting almost everything you use and consume in your life. So people have asked questions, collected data, tested ideas, and used the results to improve products, systems, and decisions. So research is not just big questions like how did the universe form or how to cure cancer. So rather, research can start from very ordinary moments in our lives when we notice a pattern and ask ourselves like, is this really true or am I just imagining it? So let's start with research design. So basically, research design is a roadmap of a study. It tells us what questions we are asking, what we are studying, and how we'll collect data and analyze it. Research design can generally be classified into qualitative and quantitative research. Qualitative research uses non-numerical data such as interviews, case studies, and observations to understand the meaning and experiences in more depth. Its main aim is to basically capture the behaviors and perspectives of people. Whereas quantitative research uses numerical data to understand patterns, differences, or relationships. It aims for objectivity, replicability, and insights that are generalizable to a larger group. So it is not like one is better than the other. The right choice depends on your research question, the context, and which approach will best help you to answer it. So, in this session, I'll give you a simple overview of quantitative research and some key statistical tools. And my aim here is not to turn all of you into statisticians in 20 minutes, but to give you a mental map of what's happening when you see numbers and results in research papers and how they are used to draw conclusions about the world. So once we know our design, the next question is, who exactly are we going to study? The population is the entire group of people you want to study. Suppose you want to find the relationship between, let's say, eating chocolates and its impact on math scores in an exam. So in the ideal scenario, you could collect data from every student in your school, but that is almost impossible. So what you do is you collect data from a sample, which is a small subset of the population. Sampling is the process of selecting that subset so that it represents the population. And this allows us to draw conclusions about the population without studying every single person. Once we collect data, we face a very basic question: what to do with all these numbers? So that's where data analysis comes in, and this is what data analysis turns those numbers into knowledge. And it is a process of applying statistical and logical methods to make sense of the data. It means turning raw data or numbers into clear summaries, identifying patterns or trends, and using them to answer your research question. For example, using the data about chocolate eating frequency and math scores to figure out whether chocolate eaters really tend to have better scores in maths exams. All right. So data analysis has three aspects: chart analysis, which involves visualizing the data. Then you have descriptive statistics, which helps us in summarizing the data and understanding the shape of the distributions. And then you have inferential analysis, which helps us to understand things about the whole population just using the data from our sample. All right. So chart analysis is where we often begin by drawing charts to visualize the data. We use different charts for different purposes. A bar graph compares quantities across categories, like average math scores in different grades. A pie chart shows proportions of a whole, such as the percentage of students who prefer milk chocolate, dark chocolate, or let's say white chocolate. And a line graph shows trends over time. For example, how average math scores change across different semesters. And a scatter plot simply shows the relationship between two variables, like hours spent studying and exam scores. So suppose we have data of chocolate eating frequency and math scores from students. Which chart would we use in this case? And so since we want to explore the relationship between chocolate frequency and scores, a scatter plot is most ideal, and this is how it would look like. So here we always start with what is the key information I want from this data, and then ask what chart makes that easiest to see for us. Okay. Now next we have descriptive statistics, starting with central tendency. So it is the statistical measure that summarizes a set of data with single value representing the middle or center of the distribution. There are three common measures for this. Mean is the value by averaging over that we find by averaging over the data set, and median is the middle value when numbers are arranged in a certain order, and mode is the most frequently occurring value. So let's look at a simple example of how these are computed. So for the data of chocolate eating frequency, mean is calculated by adding all the values and dividing by the total number of values. And to find the median, first we have to arrange the numbers in an increasing or decreasing order, then pick the middle value. In this example, the middle value is 3. Mode is simply the value that appears most often. In this data set, 3 is also the mode as it appears most number of times. So central tendency tells us how roughly like where the center of the data lies, but not how spread out the values are. So for that we have deviation in data. Deviation in data means how far each value is from what we expect, which is usually the mean value. So it helps us understand how much data points vary and what is their distribution. And standard deviation being the most common measure of deviation, it measures how spread out the data is around the mean. So a small standard deviation means most values are close to the mean, while a large standard deviation means values are more spread out. So in our chocolate and maths example, if frequent chocolate eaters have similar math scores, the standard deviation would be small. If their scores are very different from each other, the standard deviation will be large. So now it's your turn to do a small piece of activity. Okay, so I have shared an Excel file in the chat. It has math scores from a sample of students along with their roll numbers. You need to figure out what is the mean and the standard deviation of the score, and you have to comment your answers in the chat. So the first one to give the answer wins 500 rupees, and you can buy lots of chocolates from it. So let's see who answers it first and wins the prize. And your time has started. So you have 3 minutes to give the answer.
So it's 9:30 exactly, 9:33, like, I mean, by 9:33 we'll expect the answers. So good luck to all of you.
Right, both values in the chat, please. All right, so we need value of standard deviation also. Okay, we have some answers. All right, for those of you who couldn't do it, so I'll provide you with the formula you can use in Excel. For calculating mean, you can use this equal to average formula, and for standard deviation, you can use equal to standard stdev.s formula. So since we have the answers from some of you, I'll move ahead. So, okay, hopefully you enjoyed it. So what you have just done is some basic piece of quantitative analysis, which is using formulas to summarize a data set with the mean and the standard deviation. So far we have done descriptive stats and descriptive analysis and addressed what does our sample data look like. Now we come to the more interesting part, which is inferential analysis. So this goes one step further and explores if this is what we see in our sample, what might be true for the whole population. For instance, the sample you collected might show that on average, those who eat chocolates frequently tend to have higher math scores. But could this just be because of random chance in this group, or is this a real effect for the whole population? Inferential analysis helps you tackle questions like this by testing your hypothesis. So hypothesis testing is a statistical method used to decide whether sample data provides enough evidence to support or reject a claim about a population. There is null hypothesis, which assumes that there is no relationship between the variables or factors we are trying to study. And the alternate hypothesis is that there is a relationship or a difference or some effect between the variables. So usually alternate hypothesis is your claim, and our job is to use the data to see whether there is enough strong evidence to reject the null hypothesis. So if our aim is to examine the relationship between frequency of chocolate consumption and students' performance in maths exam, we usually start with a null hypothesis, which might say there is no relationship between chocolate consumption and maths performance, and the alternate hypothesis will be there is a relationship between these two. So now we have formulated our hypothesis. Now what tells us when can we reject the null hypothesis? So when we run a statistical test, we get a number called p-value. It tells you if the null hypothesis were actually true, how likely it is to get results like ours or even stronger just by chance. So if this sounds a bit too technical, for now just think of p-value as a number that tells us how easily our result could happen by luck. So if the p-value is small, it means our result would hardly ever happen just by chance. So if we treat it as a strong evidence that something really might be going on here. And if the p-value is not small, our result could easily happen by luck or chance. So the evidence is not very strong. So we can say that the main idea here is, you should remember that small p-value implies stronger evidence for your claim, while big p-value means weaker evidence. Okay, so now to carry out the hypothesis testing, we use statistical tests. These help us decide whether the pattern we see in our sample is strong enough to count as evidence or whether it could easily be due to chance. So let's see which test we use depends on our research question and the type of data that we have. So here we'll look at some common ones. Okay, so first one is t-test, which compares the average of two groups and checks if they are really different or is the observed difference purely by chance. So let's say, for example, we could compare the average maths marks of students who eat chocolate often with those who rarely eat it and see if there's real difference or it is just by chance. Next, we have ANOVA, which is analysis of variance. And ANOVA is similar to t-test, but it works with 3 or more groups at the same time. So for example, we might compare math scores for students from 3 different schools. Okay, and then you have correlation, which represents the strength and the direction of the relationship between two variables. Okay, so for example, we might look at whether more hours of study whether studying for more hours is associated with getting higher marks in your exams. Okay, and then finally there is regression, which looks at how an outcome changes when one or more other factors change. So the outcome variable is called the dependent variable, and the factors are your independent variables. For example, we might predict the price of a car using its age and how many kilometers it has been driven. Sorry, and so using this, you can understand if there's a if it has a relationship and how it changes. Okay, so it's an important tool because it helps us measure and predict the effect of several factors at the same time. And there are many types of regression used in research, but this basic idea is common to all of them. Okay, so we looked at some steps of hypothesis testing. So first we formulate the hypothesis, and we say that one has no effect and the other has some effect. Okay, then we choose a suitable test, we analyze the data and then get a p-value. Based on that, we decide whether to reject or not reject the null hypothesis. And then we finally interpret the results and explain what that means for our question. So thank you all for listening to me, and I hope you really enjoyed this short workshop, and I hope it has given you a clearer picture of how quantitative research works, and it encouraged you to start asking your own questions and exploring them with data. So yeah, thank you for your attention. Let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Khushbu Sinha. It was really good. Very, very nice presentation and, very well explained. I hope everyone enjoyed it. So,
Yeah, sometimes if you have a question,
yeah, please ask.
To ask Dr. Khushbu, this is the right time. Anish, Arya. Yeah.
Okay, looks like everyone is too excited to present their work on it. So, I guess, we can start with their presentations too.
Also, should we announce the winner of the activity?
Yeah, please, yeah.
So I think it is Anish, right?
Yeah, so congratulations,
Congratulations,
Congratulations. So you win rupees 500, so you can buy as many chocolates as you want, as Dr. Khushbu said. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So, all right. So I think we can start now. So Dr. Pooja, over to you.
Yeah, thank you. So, starting with our first paper presentation, it's by Dia. So it's on income inequality and socio-economic determinants of mental health in G20 countries from 1919 to 2021. Yeah. Are you there, Dia?
Yeah, she started.
Yeah.
Good luck, Dia.
Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So hi everyone, I'm Dia, and today I'll be presenting my research on how income inequality and other structural forces shape mental health across G20 countries. So rather than looking at mental health in isolated countries or in short periods of time.
1 second, Dia. So can you also introduce yourself? So you're
Oh yeah, I'm a junior at University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. Yeah. Is there anything else?
And you're pursuing a BS in economics.
Oh yeah, I'm doing a major in econometrics and quantitative economics, and I'm doing minors in statistics and health technology. Okay, so I'll get back to the presentation. Yeah, so this project, it takes a long 30-year view and asks a simple but I think important question, which is how do the conditions that we all live in, economic, social, and environmental, how do they accumulate over time to influence population mental health? Okay. So mental disorders now account for a major share of the global disease burden, and the G20 countries play a very large role in that trend. But at the same time, inequality has grown steadily, shaping people's daily experiences, their stress levels, and access to services. But when we look at the existing research, we realize that most studies aren't capturing the long run dynamics. So they usually focus on one country or on one specific moment in time, which makes it hard to see how these forces build up and interact over decades even. So our motivation was to kind of zoom out and to look across decades, across various countries, and across multiple types of disorders also, to understand the bigger structural picture. So there's a lot of mechanisms that help explain why these structural conditions matter for mental health. Some are material, which are basically things like job security, income stability, access to care, and all of these, they shape your everyday stressors. And others are more psychosocial, so in more unequal societies or where people experience more comparison, more uncertainty in their day-to-day, and more pressure, which increases their psychological strain. We also considered social cohesion, which is basically how connected people are and how supported they feel within their communities, which weakens when inequality is high. And the last one was environmental exposures like air pollution and urban density, which have been shown to influence the brain directly. So together, these four pathways, they help us understand why these disorders might respond to different structural pressures, and they also give us a lens for interpreting the results later on. So yeah, the literature, it gives us several pieces of this puzzle. For depression and anxiety specifically, the studies repeatedly show links between inequality, stress, and feelings of insecurity. Economic shocks like unemployment or even recessions, they clearly worsen mental health, while stronger economies tend to support better systems of care. On the social side, there's higher health spending is one of the most consistent predictors of improved outcomes. Gender inequality also plays a huge role by shaping exposure to stressors, risks, and also barriers to care. And environmentally, there's strong evidence that urbanicity and exposure to pollution increases the risk of disorders like schizophrenia. But what's missing in all these studies is that they only look at all these dimensions together, they don't look at all these dimensions together over multiple decades, which is the gap that our paper hopes to address. So to study these relationships, we put together annual data for 19 G20 countries from 1990 to 2021, so about 30 years. Our mental health outcomes come from the Global Burden of Disease dataset, which they provide the DALYs for depression, anxiety, bipolar disorder, schizophrenia, and eating disorders, along with a composite measure, which is just mental health disorders in general. We then match these outcomes with a range of structural indicators from the World Bank and the UNDP, which is basically things like income inequality, unemployment, and everything that you see on the screen. So these DALYs are especially useful because they capture both illness and disability, which gives us more of a complete picture of mental health loss across these countries over time. And the long time spans also help us reveal trends that the short-term data sets don't show, or they're not able to. So we used what's called a two-way fixed effects model, and the idea behind that is actually it's pretty intuitive, where rather than comparing one country to another, which can be misleading because countries differ in so many ways, we compare each country to itself over time. So basically, you're essentially asking, when a country's inequality goes up or down, or when its environment or its economy shifts, do we also see changes in mental health burden? And at the same time, the model also controls for global shocks that affects all countries, which are things like recessions or major international events like the COVID-19 pandemic. So those broader trends, so that these trends, they don't distort the results. In terms of variables, our outcome is mental health burden with DALYs, and our main predictor is income inequality using the Gini index. And then we control for these economic, social, and environmental factors that I mentioned before. All of the analysis was done in R with standard errors, which were basically adjusted for the long time series. So this makes the estimates a lot more reliable, given the 30-year time span that we're looking at. And the reason that this particular framework matters is because it helps us isolate these long-run associations, which gives us a more cleaner picture of how these structural conditions and mental health move together over time. So across the 5 disorder categories, we see 3 main storylines. For depression and anxiety, income inequality is a very strong predictor of high burden, and these disorders respond very heavily to stress, social comparison, and feelings of instability. So this pattern is very consistent with the theory that we read during the literature review. Health spending also lowers the burden across the board, and urbanization affects them differently because increasing depression but lowering anxiety is probably due to better services in urban settings. And for schizophrenia and bipolar disorder, the environmental and economic factors take the lead. Air pollution contributes to a higher burden, and urban density increases schizophrenia risk. And for eating disorders, the negative coefficients don't reflect the true protective effects because they basically reflect the underdiagnosis of eating disorders in lower income settings.
Dia,
So
please conclude your presentation in another 1 minute.
Oh, sorry. So sorry, I have a couple of slides. Okay, so when you put these findings together, the patterns make sense when you consider how each disorder typically behaves. Depression and anxiety track closely with psychosocial stress. Schizophrenia and bipolar disorder have stronger environmental and neurobiological components, and eating disorder results, they vary at different points. These findings have implications at several levels, from policy perspective, research, and in practice as well. So this study, I believe it contributes to a long-term integrated view of mental health in the G20 countries, which is something that has been missing from the literature. I've mentioned some of the limitations. I don't have time to discuss them, but even with these limitations, we think that this study provides a very useful foundation for understanding how these long-term structural conditions shape population mental health.
So great presentation, great work, Dia. So I would like to invite Dr. Khushbu Sahu.
No, Dr. Khushbu Sinha. Dr. Khushbu Sinha.
Sorry, Dr. Khushbu Sinha. Yeah. You have to ask her questions.
So since this is our paper and we work together, I would like either Dr. Niharika or Dr. Pooja or anyone else to ask questions.
Yeah, so that is why I wanted maybe some other jury member, but anyway, I'll ask her.
Yeah, can I?
Yes, Arun.
What is it that you think connects environmental pollution with mental health?
It was specifically for the schizophrenia, the air pollution index, there was a trend where as the air pollution had gotten worse, it contributed to more neurobiological effects, which are directly related to symptoms of schizophrenia. So we wanted to look at more holistically. So instead of just taking the economic structures, we want to do economics, societal, and environmental to see how it all fits together.
So there were 2 or 3 different categories of mental disorders that you were tracking, right? So environmental pollution in particular, you think affected, which types of disorders more?
The research showed that it affected schizophrenia the most.
I see. Yeah, Dr. Niharika.
So, if you can go to your findings of the study slide. So you've written stronger economies enable earlier diagnosis. So when you say stronger economies, so could you tell me some specific variables of the economies which actually helps in early diagnosis and better long-term engagement?
By stronger economies, it's countries that can actually afford to set up health centers in even rural areas, and it all basically comes down to how accessible care is. So when you're able to put more effort, more money into the healthcare sector, then that directly, like, it corresponds to, you know, how people feel about mental health and about talking about these issues and even seeking help. And even in terms of the underreporting, if you don't, I mean, naturally, if you don't have these centers, people aren't going to come forward and talk about these issues.
How did you quantify this?
Sorry, wait.
If you can go back to your data, I'll just go back to your
Yeah.
data analysis. Yeah, so this is daily income.
Well, access to care, we kind of related it to healthcare expenditure per capita.
Okay. Were you able to find it out for all the countries?
I mean, there was a lot of data for most of the countries because G20 countries, they tend to report all of these annually. But for the data that was missing, that was part of our limitations, where we said that this study doesn't show a true causal effect, but there is a strong association.
All right. So I suggest, you can extend the study like, with more number of countries, and you can also actually, go with some comparative analysis of some South Asian countries and some developed countries like this, so just to extend your study. Otherwise, it's a great study. Yeah.
We wanted to do South Asian countries in the beginning, but the data was
Yeah.
hard, yeah.
All right. Yeah. So this is also one of the findings of your study, that South Asian, they do not report it.
Yeah.
So this should be here. All right. Yeah. Good work.
Thank you.
Yeah. That was
Thank
great,
you,
Dia.
Dia. That was great, really great. So thank you, Dia. Our next paper is by Nidesh Prathi, Elemental Composition and its Molecular Influence on Prebiotic Chemistry on Earth. He's from Bal Bharati Public School, Pitampura.
Hi, good morning, Nadesh.
Good morning to all. Hi, I'm Nitish from class 9 Balbharti Public School Pitampura, and today with you I'll be discussing my project, which is named Exploring the Role of Minerals in Prebiotic Chemistry on Earth and Beyond. So I chose this topic because since a very long time I had very intriguing question, which was, how did life start on a planet with non-living things and with very harsh environment, for example frequent volcanic eruptions like Earth. So this is an interdisciplinary project between astronomy and biology, so it is thus called astrobiology. Clays were studied because when they swell, they create a protective layer for organic materials to react with each other, thus helping in facilitating of life. They have a special ability called CEC, which is basically cation exchange capacity, which helps them to attract useful material, like for in this project RNA. So in this project we found out that montmorillonite can swell up in an optimum ratio of 2.5 between the ratios of silica to aluminium and aluminium to iron, so which we found out by a literary analysis. So this study analyzed three clays, namely montmorillonite, illite, and nontronite, and examined their elemental compositions, which I have mentioned before, and comparing their swelling area, surface area and swelling behavior when they interact with water. So this was the this is the mineral composition of the three clays which I have taken from the authoritative Clay Mineral Society. So in this study, we basically measured the cation exchange capacity, which I mentioned before, help the clays bond with more useful chemicals and molecules. This was an exploratory secondary study which analyzes these clays by looking at their elemental composition and deriving which clay could have facilitated life on Earth. So this is the working. So the methodology is we took the three clays and we examined their chemical composition when it swells up while interacting with water and saw which one has an optimum ratio of silica to aluminum and there. So the conclusion was, after we found the ratios, montmorillonite shows the most favorable chemistry for RNA absorption and protection. Illite shows like moderate suitability, and nontronite, because of its low aluminum to iron ratio and high silica content, was classified as poor RNA preserving mineral because we needed a stable environment for the RNA to reproduce. Since this is a secondary study based on collecting and analyzing data, I actually didn't do any chemical work in the lab. I just took the chemical composition and just analyzed it. I took out the percentage ratios of silica to aluminum and aluminum to iron, and as I have told you before, surface area and swelling behavior were compared between the clays. So these are the references. Thank you for listening to me.
Yeah, thank you, Nidish. Over to you, Dr. Khushbu Sahu.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Nitish. And this was really, I think so. This is a good, study to, for the future research. But initially, you have started it very nicely and you have presented it in full confidence. I really appreciate that. And for the question, kindly go back to your first to second slides. Yeah. So I hope, you have done the background study, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So why this, silicon aluminum ratio is, important in prebiotic chemistry? Why is it important? Can you just give me an overview or just a simple, answer?
Ma'am, these ratios are important because while looking at the mineral composition, I compared these ratios between the clays to check out which clay is chemically stable and which can help RNA to reproduce. So too much is not good, too less is also not good. So we look at the optimum ratio.
So why this matters? Why this matters for the prebiotic study? Why?
Ma'am, because it creates a chemically stable environment.
Okay. So this prebiotic reaction, what happened in that is that they needed a surface that actively this help molecule to link together, isn't it?
Could you please repeat?
These, prebiotic reactions needed this surface, right?
Yes, ma'am. They needed a good protection.
Yeah, they needed a surface so that this help the molecules to link together. That you have given me an example of what the RNA stuff, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So so you also talked about this cations and ion exchange, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am. CEC.
Can you explain, elaborate more on that? Because I want to know about this background. I mean, how you came to this I mean, you have read about the literature review, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So how, what is the gist of it?
Ma'am, so CEC is basically cation exchange capacity, which is the ability of a clay to attract and bond with more useful chemicals. Like for example, in the study RNA.
All
So
right.
for a better ratio.
Yeah. Okay. So why did you select this topic? And I mean, just want to know about it. Why did you selected this topic? Because this is a pretty interesting one, and it has a a very good role in possible research, future research. So why do you selected this topic? What interests you in this?
Mom, so basically, I'm an animal lover. So I like for time pass, I traced out all the origins of all animals, and then I got intrigued with the question: how did life literally start on Earth? Because I got to know that Earth was like a giant magma ball
Yeah,
with
yeah.
a very harsh atmosphere. So I was like
Exactly.
very curious.
Okay. Wonderful, wonderful. So, so this is like you talked about all these clay and how does this Montmorillonite aid in RNA world hypothesis, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
So this was I mean I really like that when you compare the different types of clay using these literature reviews. But have you ever worked on the data sets? I mean, have you gathered more data sets on this?
No, ma'am. I have just done the literature review. I've read the articles, uh, like associated to Montmorillonite and RNA fusion, and yeah, and I've took out the mineral composition and just derived the
Okay.
ratios.
Okay, so what do you think? What will be your next step?
Ma'am, next step. Ma'am, next step, I think how would this research help in finding life on other planets? Like, as we know, all of the space organizations are now trying to find life on, for example, Mars. They're finding water deposits there. So I think this could
Yeah,
help.
yeah. Okay then. I mean, it is really, I'm really impressed with the way you presented it. Okay. So we should now keep it. I mean, thank you for the presentation you gave, Nitesh. Hope to
Thank you,
see
ma'am.
the wonderful, the paper coming up. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you so much. That's all from my side.
Good work, Nitish. Very
Yeah,
nice.
very
Thank you,
nice,
ma'am.
Nidesh. You presented very well. Thank you, Nidesh. And our next paper is Role of Biotechnology in Vaccine Development by Amishi Gupta. She is from GBM Global School. JBM, sorry.
I'm sharing my screen.
Yeah. Are you able to share, Amishi?
Yes, ma'am. Can you see my screen?
No, we can't actually see your presentation.
Okay, 1 second, ma'am. Ma'am, can you share from your side? Because
Yeah,
I'm actually
yeah,
unable to share.
yeah.
Hi everyone, my name is Amishi. So my topic is biotechnology advancements in modern vaccine platforms. Now let's talk about revolution of vaccines. The COVID-19 pandemic sped up vaccine innovation like never before. But our longer research for an HIV vaccine shows we still need new ideas. This review looks at three biotech platforms: mRNA, viral vector, protein subunit vaccines to see how they work and how effective they are. The pandemic proved that biotech can make safe vaccines fast. Now the question is, which platform will be best for the next health crisis? Now let's move on to the next PPT. Evolution of vaccine technology. Ma'am, can you share the previous PPT? Evolution of vaccine technology.
Actually, your PPT, you have put some seconds there. Wait.
Yeah. Evolution of vaccine technology. I have represented this in a form of flowchart. Traditional vaccines, the foundation. Well-attenuated vaccines, example MMR. Inactivated vaccines, example polio. Toxoid vaccines, example tetanus. These are safe and effective but slow in production. Modern biotech vaccines, the revolution. Recombinant vaccines, example hepatitis. Viral vector vaccines, example AstraZeneca, COVID-19. mRNA, DNA vaccines, example Pfizer, Moderna, COVID-19. Designed in computer using recombinant DNA, synthetic biology, and nanotech. Now let's move on to the next slide. In the next slide, I have compared and shown the three champions of vaccines. mRNA. On the left, we have mRNA, the genetic message. It delivers a tiny strand of genetic instructions wrapped in lipid nanoparticle, piece of virus so the body can learn how to fight. Now, in the center, we have viral vector, the Trojan horse. This method uses a harmless adenovirus to carry the genetic code of the spike proteins into our cells, helping the immune system practice safely. Now, on the right, we have protein subunit named Precision Keep. Instead of giving instructions, it directly gives the immune system a purified piece of spike protein, allowing a very targeted immune response. Now let's move on to the next slide. Now we have the first vaccine, mRNA vaccine, the genetic message. This is the latest vaccine. mRNA vaccines work in a very smart and a clean way. Firstly, nanoparticles enter the cell carrying the mRNA safely. After entering the cell, the particle opens and the mRNA is released inside the cell. The cell's riboscopes read this mRNA just like they read normal messages. After reading it, they start making spike proteins. These spikes are harmless, but they help immune system practice. When the immune system sees these spike proteins, it learns to recognize and attack them. This prepares the body to fight the real virus quickly and strongly. The mRNA vaccines like Pfizer are known for being fast to develop and highly effective. But the main challenge is their cold storage. I have represented this whole process in the form of flowchart with images and text. First, you can see the lipid nanoparticle is entering the cell. After entering the cell, the mRNA is released and read by ribosomes. After reading, the spike proteins are produced. After production, the immune system recognizes and attacks these spikes. Now let's move on to the next slide. Viral vector, the Trojan horse. Viral vector vaccines work like a Trojan horse. A harmless adenovirus enters the cell, carrying an important genetic instructions. Inside the cell, it delivers the spike protein. The cell reads this code and produces the spike protein, which alerts the immune system. This helps the body how to learn to the real virus. Some example of viral vector vaccines are AstraZeneca and Johnson and Johnson. They create a strong immune response, but pre-existing immunity to the vector and low effectiveness. I have also represented this process in the form of flowchart with images. You can see an harmless adenovirus, the vector enters the cell. It delivers the genetic code for the pathogen's protein. After delivering, the cell produces the protein, triggering the immune system. Now let's move on to the next slide. Now, this is the third last vaccine. The protein subunit vaccine. By giving the body only a purified piece of virus, usually the spike protein. In the animation in the side, you can see these purified proteins being injected. An adjuvant with a small boost symbol is added to make the immune system react more strongly. Once inside, the immune system recognizes the protein and builds the targeted protection without any live virus. The common example of protein subunit vaccines is Novavax. These vaccines are stable, well tested, and usually cause fever as side effects. But they are slower to manufacture and often need a booster to maintain strong immunity. I have also represented this process in the form of flowchart. Purified spike proteins manufactured in lab using insect cells are injected. An adjuvant is added to alert the immune system. Immune system directly targets the protein. Now let's move on to the next slide. I have compared the three vaccines according to their platform, mechanism, efficacy, stability, speed, and limitations. First, platform protein subunit uses purified viral proteins to trigger an immune system. Viral vector uses a harmless virus to deliver the genetic code of the targeted virus. mRNA uses messenger RNA to instruct the cells to make viral protein. Mechanism protein subunit. Immune system recognizes the protein as foreign and produces antibodies. Viral vector. Vector carries DNA of the targeted virus. Body makes viral protein immune response. mRNA.
Excuse me, Amisi. Please conclude your presentation in another 1 minute.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, sure. Ma'am, can you move on to the next slide?
Yeah.
Now I have represented this in the form of flowchart. Lipid nanoparticles for mRNA, vector engineering for viral vector, novel adjuvants for protein subunit, and an AI nanotech chip. Ma'am, next. And now let's talk about the future developments of scientists. Personalized mRNA vaccines, custom made to fight diseases like cancer by training immune system. Next-gen platforms, DNA and self-implying mRNA. New vaccines offering stronger and longer protection and faster production. Universal vaccines, a single vaccine can protect against the multiple viruses like flu. Personalized and preventive medicine, a new era focused on individual based treatments and preventing diseases before they appear. Now the next slide. Ma'am, can you move on to the next slide?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Pooja Bachani, my mentor, and thanks to the Global Research Hub. Thanks to the ICONSTARS for this golden opportunity.
So, Amishi, you're in class 7, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I really enjoyed your whole presentation, You were the youngest researcher to be future researchers. I really enjoyed your presentation. The way you deliver your presentation was really very good.
Thank you so much.
But yeah, and I really enjoyed, seeing the way you delivered it, and the way you were speaking throughout the slides. It was nice. So, shall we proceed and ask some questions? Are you ready for it?
Yes, ma'am, sure.
Yeah. So, I first of all, I just want to ask this very simple question that what inspired you to choose this topic? Why vaccine?
Ma'am, because some vaccines are still not invented for the uncurable diseases like cancer and HIV. So I studied the topic of vaccines to understand like how the complex system makes it works in the body of human.
So, can you explain in just a simple words that how a vaccine trains our immune system? Just in a simple word, how it trains our immune system? What happens when you
Eh,
inject a vaccine?
Ma'am, basically it carries some harmless adenoviruses which is injected into the body, and it gives the messengers so the body reacts according to that. And when actually the real viruses enter the body, it is easy for the immune system to fight with that.
I mean, just give me an example of any virus you like.
Coronavirus,
Uh,
COVID-19.
okay, so what happened in that? We had a vaccine, right? So what happened in that? They
Basically,
injected a vaccine
ma'am,
on us.
the before for the prevention, vaccine is injected before the virus, and the immune system basically experiences and learns how to fight a new virus because the vaccine carries an adenovirus, which makes the immune system get trained. And when actually the real viruses enter the body, it is able to treat it in the right way.
Okay, great, great, wonderful. You have answered it nicely. So there is something like memory is built in the cell, right? And
Yes,
in the
ma'am.
body, and then they recognize it. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So now you are going to be a good researcher, Then I just wanted to ask one thing. While you were researching for all these things, what challenges did you face? What problem did you face?
The problem, man, basically the problem is like I have to collect, I was not able to understand the three layers first because there are three layers of protection. So first it was a really complex task for me to understand, but gradually I learned all the three protection layers, so I was able to understand.
Yeah, and the credit goes to your mentor, right?
Yeah, yes, ma'am. She helped me a lot. My mentor.
Great, great. Yeah, great going then. Okay. Thank you so much.
Okay.
And all the best. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Amishi. It was wonderful. And
I have one question.
yes, sir.
So now, after going through this process of doing research on vaccines, is there a next research topic that you have in mind?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. I have about the dermatology. I am interested in the field of that. Yeah.
Okay, what in dermatology?
Basically, it talks about the skin problems people usually face now onwards, and like the products which are recommended to use in such problems.
Okay, and what is the motivation behind wanting to pursue this research endeavor?
Because actually, I see many people having like many problems, skin problems, so they do not know the perfect treatment, how to deal with it. So I was just interested like what products or things we can use to treat their skin problems. I see people around me who are facing these problems.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Mishi.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Amishi. Yeah. So our next paper is exploring molecular mimicry between E. coli and human mitochondrial autoantigens in primary biliary cholangitis by Mudita Nanda. She's from MIT University, Noida. Mudita?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, am I visible?
Yeah, you're visible. Yeah.
Okay.
So,
I'll share my screen quickly.
Yeah.
Sorry. Excuse me. I'll be, good morning everyone. My name is Mudita Nanda. I am a BSc student from MIT University. I'm pursuing microbiology currently. I'll be presenting on my ongoing work on exploring molecular mimicry between E. coli and human mitochondrial autoantigens in primary biliary cirrhosis. What is primary biliary cirrhosis? It's basically a chronic, progressive autoimmune liver disease where the immune system mistakenly attacks its own cells and destroys the small bile ducts within the liver. The destruction of these bile ducts leads to cholestasis, which is basically caused by a buildup of toxic substances or bile juices within the liver, causing a toxic buildup and which leads to fibrosis, which is inflammation, or it could also potentially lead to liver failure if not controlled earlier. How these I'm so sorry. Our immune system is a very interesting workaround. It what it does is the T cells that are present in our immune system they present a sort of break in our immune system, and the autoimmunity, that is in the simplest form, is a failure of those breaks. It's a failure of its tolerance where the immune system mistakenly uses that system, that is to protect us, to attack our own body. One of the examples of this is primary biliary cholangitis. What makes it more fascinating as a clinical puzzle is as its demographic. It's very overwhelmingly prominent in women. The ratio is about 9:1 from women to men. It is typically diagnosed during middle ages. The disease progression or pathogenesis is basically how an individual can trigger or contact somehow autoimmunity. A lot of the times autoimmunity is triggered from inherited genes from previous generations, but a lot of these autoimmune diseases are triggered from environmental factors like chemicals or being in contact with certain certain triggers, maybe some rays or some sort of chemical. In this particular disease, the individual, what I want to explore is how reoccurring urinary tract infections, which are very common, can trigger primary biliary cholangitis. One of the most common UTI triggers are E. coli, which is basically caused when our own gut somehow leaks the microbe into the urinary tract. In this, the human immune system attacks the bacterial genome basically to protect our own body, but if the UTI is reoccurring, the bacterial PDCE2, which is a common enzyme present in E. coli, is it's similar to the human PDCE2. Excuse me. Which is similar to human PDEC2, which leads to production of AMA or anti-mitochondrial antibodies, which are basically produced by our own body that affects our own cells. which its activation leads to self-reflective T cells, which attacks the small bile ducts in our liver, triggering the disease, primary biliary cholangitis. Interestingly, this disease was also known as primary biliary cirrhosis before, but the recent searches have seen that the name can cause a lot of confusion amongst people. Cirrhosis is basically a very last stage of liver scarring and liver inflammation, which could lead to liver failure, which is why the name was changed from primary biliary cirrhosis to primary biliary cholangitis. The diagnosis of PBC is basically done by the presence of these anti-mitochondrial antibodies, which is detected in almost about 90 to 95% of patients, and it's highly specific for PBC. The autoantigens, the AMA, specifically targets the E2 subunit of PDC-E2, the pyruvate dehydrogenase complex, which is a critical enzyme located in the inner mitochondrial membrane. Early symptoms can progress from just fatigue, itching, and dry eyes, could progress to jaundice, dark urine, or upper body pains, whereas the advanced systems can lead to swelling and joint pains, bone weakness. The epidemiology.
Excuse me, Mudita. Please
Yes.
wrap up your presentation in 1 minute.
Yes, ma'am. It'll be done. Thank you. Sorry. During my literature review, I've come across a few theories. There is no specific target for PDEC, primary biliary cholangitis. I'm so sorry. There is no specific target as of yet that is discovered. There is obviously the inheritance factor, that a gene could be inherited, but there are also speculations about it being triggered from UTIs or also from other environmental factors. I'm basically focusing on E. coli, where from multiple large-scale studies, they have established a consistent statistical link between recurring urinary tract infections to the development of PBEC2. The E. coli is a pathogen which is very common, and it's responsible for a vast majority of UTIs. E. coli is a opportunistic bacteria, as like any other microbe. It's already present in our body, but it leads to infections or major problems when our own immune system is very weak. There are many studies that demonstrates UTIs that precedes PVC diagnosis, supporting a potential cause relationship, not just a correlation, which leads to PBC. My hypothesis is basically that PDEC2 enzyme is present in uropathogenic E. coli as well as human mitochondrial antigens. It's present in a lot of places, like the brain, our urinary tract, our gut. The evidence of cross reactivity is AMAs from PBC patients. Serums have shown to bind and cross react with PDC-E2, which mimics the E. coli PDC-E2. The autoreactivity of T cells isolates PBC patients, which directly causes bile duct damage. Which activated by both in humans PDC-E2 and E. coli PDC-E2, effectively destroying the human one, which is actually beneficial for our own immunity. I'll be using the methodology of basically computational analysis using tools like Uniprot and NCVI Blast. Uniprot is basically a tool or a database of proteins, various proteins present. From there, I'll be like extracting the FASTA sequences from the proteins that I'm targeting, like PDC-E2, OCD, CE, and BCOADC. These are some of the proteins, and I'll be comparing it to the genomes of the E. coli and Mycobacterium tuberculosis or Novospringium bacteria to essentially kind of find out which of these microbes can trigger this disease. This is still an ongoing research. This is still an ongoing work. So I'm just going to summarize it. PBC is a complex autoimmune disease arising from basically a genetic disposition and environmental factors, or external factors such as chemicals or infections. A robust body of evidence is observed in the epidemiology, immunology, and bioinformatics points of reoccurring UTIs caused by E. coli as a key factor in causing this disease. The mechanism is basically between bacterial and human. PDC-E2 providing a like sort of similarity between those enzymes, which leads to our immune system attacking our own cells. I'm interested in this research because it opens like avenues for risk assessments and like patient like new patient diagnosis and more awareness amongst people to be more careful about their own health. These are a few of the references I've used, and thank you if there are any questions.
No, Mudita, yeah, very nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Kushbu?
Yeah, Mr. Mudita, it was like you haven't, collected data online data. Have you collected it right now? Till this presentation?
Ma'am, I'm just still in the process of literature review. I've done some of the data collection from mainly comparing the main PDC-E2 with K12 E. coli. I found...
You have done the literature review, right? Can you just, simplify in a simple terms about the things you are, in a flowchart manner, about the things you have done so far and you are planning to do? Just in a simple term.
Okay. I have till now I've done a basic overview of I've done a literature review. I'm still in the process of reviewing. I've written a few things, like a little bit summaries that I can include in my report till now. And currently I'm working on data collection from these bioinformatics tools. What I'm doing here is working to find a link between these enzymes that are present in both bacteria and human, and the similarity between the protein structures of those enzymes to the enzymes that are present in the bacteria and humans that could potentially trigger this disease. From that, I can analyze which of these protein structures are similar, and I can basically provide a new avenue to this ongoing studies about this disease, that these are a certain amount of causes that can actually trigger, because till now this disease have no specific causes that I have found in literature review. There are few that are linked, that are mostly environmental triggers, but or inherited genes, but there is nothing specific as of yet. So from this, I hope to further this knowledge of a potential cause, that is the E. coli or UTI triggering this disease.
Okay. So your data is yet to be collected, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So just this then a literature review kind of. I will ask a question that how does this molecular mimicry contribute to autoimmunity in your PBC in this PBC?
Ma'am, molecular mimicry is basically when two of different structures of anything like genetics or maybe protein structures are similar in my case in humans and bacteria. So
Yeah, you go ahead. You can take the case study of your case, how this is similar and how contribute to autoimmunity. Okay, and just try to organize it and then say it.
okay, what I'm hoping to achieve by this molecular mimic by specifically viewing molecular mimicry from this part is finding similarities between the sequences of my hypothesized proteins from PDC-E2 and the similarities between E. coli. What I'm hoping to find is like about a greater similarity, about 25 to 30%, which can cause the disease. If immune system works as our immunity, our immune system seeks out foreign particles in our body continuously. What our immune system does is find these proteins, find these specific markers, and triggers them to heal our body, to protect it from various infections. But sometimes this immune reaction works against our own bodies. This immune What happens is our own body's immune system is not very specific in its initial reaction. It basically finds spike proteins in different molecules that are present in our body. So since PDC-E2 that is present in a lot of the already organs in epidermal cells, it's also present in bacteria like E. coli and Novospensum and Mycobacterium. If these bacteria somehow infect our cells and cause pathogenesis, what these do is they present a certain protein in the cell where our body's immune system recognizes these proteins and attacks them, which leads to our body accidentally mistaking our own PDC-E2 to these bacterial ones and attacking it, causing the destruction of these small bile ducts in the liver, which leads to basically accumulation of toxic substances in the liver, which could progressively degrade our liver functions from going from just inflammation to potential liver failure.
Okay, now this was what I was expecting about, this explanation was Chris, about the molecular mimicry, that they have identify their own, they try to identify the, the cell as their own cells, right? Okay, so I understood this, and the presentation was good, but there was is a scope of improvement,
Yes, ma'am.
And since it is few of the since it is you haven't collected data, so you try to present in a more lucid manner. It an easy to understand way, and the slide can be improved further as well. Are you understanding my point?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So any other question anybody can ask? I'm done with it.
No.
So, Mudita, you had performed faster sequence also, right? Comparing both the faster sequence. How did you perform the fast?
I collected the faster sequences from the Uniprot database,
Yeah.
I downloaded the sequences from there, and I like for the human PDC2 and the equalize like first sequence, I've put them in sorry, excuse me. I've put them in NCBI Blast, which is basically a database that allows us to compare various like sequences already present, like nucleotide sequences, protein sequences. For this, I've used Protein Blast, and I've compared the PDCE2 to the equalize faster sequence, to
So,
observe similarity.
so in short, you want to find the similarity between two proteins, right? By comparing
Yes,
FASTA
ma'am.
sequence. Yeah, that's what we are expecting.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, Mudita.
Thank you, ma'am.
Anyone has any doubt?
No, thank you, Mudita. And as Dr. Khushbu was saying, please, so we will also help you, as you are in the process of collecting the data. So, we'll help you refine the PowerPoint a little more.
Thank you, sir. My mentor is helping me a lot with this.
Okay.
Good
Yeah.
to know. Good to know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good work. Good work, Modita.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
So now coming to our next paper, that is by Sahas Verma, and his title is Reimagining Food Supply Chain, IoT and Machine Learning for Post-Harvest Loss Reduction and Farmer Profitability. He's from Resonance Junior College.
Hi, Sahas.
Hi, Sahas.
Hi, Sahas.
Good morning, ma'am. Okay. I'll just share my screen because the presentation will get it ready.
Sahas, should I share the screen?
No, ma'am, it's fine. I have it ready. I just need to. I hope you're able to see my screen.
Yeah, we can.
Yes. Can I start?
Yeah, please.
So, good morning to one and all present here. I'm Sahas Verma Pakalipati, a class 12 student currently studying grade 12 in Hyderabad. So, this is the face of India's economy. He works 14 hours a day, if not more, to feed us. But right now, the system is failing him. A quarter, that is 25 to 30% of his hard work, never reaches a plate. It rots in some retail store, invisible and wasted. My project isn't about just technology, it's about respecting that hard work. My research proposes a hybrid IoT and ML framework to fix this broken supply chain. I call it the connected harvest. So, India is an agricultural powerhouse, as you know. We feed the world. But there is a massive paradox. Our farmers work incredibly hard, yet they struggle to make a profit. Why? Because of the leak. Right now, the system is reactive, not proactive. We only find out the milk has spoiled after it reaches the destination. We're always one step behind the damage. The result? We lose 1.2 trillion rupees annually. It just vanishes. This isn't just an economic loss, it's a tragedy. We need to stop guessing and start knowing. So here is the core problem. Between the farm and your fridge, there is a black hole. It's called the supply chain. And currently, according to NABARD, 30% of our perishable produce never makes it to a human being. It rots in transit. Why? Inefficient logistics. The farmer doesn't know the temperature inside his truck. The consumer doesn't know the quality of the produce. It is a system built on distrust and waste. So we asked a simple question: what happens when you give a supply chain a brain? We built a framework that exactly does that. Works in 3 steps. 1. Sense. We use IoT sensors to monitor temperature and humidity every single second. 2. Predict. We predict spoilage before it happens by optimizing the cold storage and the bulk order logistics, which has never been done before, and enhancing shelf life and demand using demand forecasting with the help of machine learning. 3. Connect. We go D2C. Direct to customer. We cut out the middlemen. All the intermediaries are gone. We call this the connected harvest. It turns a blind supply chain into a smart one. Does it work? Well, the data says yes. When we simulated this framework, the numbers changed dramatically. Boom! Spoilage drops from 30% down to 10%, which is a 20% spoilage reduction. Delivery costs drop by 15%. But here's the number that I personally love the most. The farmer's income goes up by 18%. Less waste, lower cost, higher income. This is about more than just algorithms. It's about trust. With this framework, a consumer can scan a QR code and see the entire journey of their food. They see the temperature history of that food and they trust the quality of that produce. And here's good news for Mother Earth. We are aligning with the UN Sustainable Development Goals, responsible consumption, and climate action. The model also supports national flagship initiatives such as the Digital Agricultural Mission and the PM Kisan reforms. It aligns with the country's slogan, Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan. We are reimagining how India eats. We're just getting started. Imagine a pilot program with thousands of farmers running this on their phones next year. So let's go over this once again. IoT sensors, ML analytics, D2C platforms, all integrated in one particular framework. It's one of a kind. Imagine a pilot program with 1,000 farmers running this on their phones next year. Imagine empowering local farmers and fostering sustainable practices. Imagine adding blockchain for unhackable proof. We are still researching about it, and this is completely based on secondary data analysis. But with the frameworks which we have simulated, it's coming out as a great deal. We are moving from a research paper to a revolution. We are building the operation system for Indian agriculture. Thank you.
Hi, sir. Thank you. Very energetic presentation. So I wanted to ask you what motivated you in picking this topic for your research?
Sir, so basically it comes from a very personal problem. So since childhood, I've seen my grandparents in our villages and they have faced this problem. So basically post-harvest losses and all that stuff. And they never really showed that to me in such a way. But as I grew up, I felt that I could do something with the help of the technological advancements in the world right now. So I delved deeper into IoT and I felt that ML integrated with IoT and with the help of cold chain logistics and the warehouses and all the blockchain, I feel I could really do something in the future. So
Okay.
I researched more about it.
In terms of your domain knowledge about post-harvest losses, what are common post-harvest losses which your family members were facing?
Basically, it's in paddy, rice, coconuts, and mangoes, sir. My family was facing mostly that.
Okay, and so those are the crops, but what are the causes of the losses?
because of because there was lack of predictive analytics, because they didn't know the weather before, or they didn't know the particular um, organics or the chemicals which are needed to be used. So there was a lack over there. And one more thing is transportation. When it came to transportation, it was not being monitored every second. So most of the losses, because most of the produce would get rotted.
Oh, what is the typical rotting time for paddy and for coconut?
Sir, I'm still researching more about that, but it's mostly about the data I have taken from DataGov and other reports such as NAPCON, NCCD, and all that stuff.
Oh, and in terms of research about, so the government also, state government and central government, both of them also do have certain schemes about dealing with post-harvest losses. So have you gone through them?
Yes, I have gone through all the reports, and I've seen a particular trend throughout the years in case of the post harvest losses and what the government is doing to ensure they are going. But I don't think it's very scalable and it goes to every corner of India. So, my aim is to build center of excellences in every corner of India, and they're basically cold storage warehouses, but in the warehouse itself, it's like a center of excellence, and it gives job employments to people around. And we're learning, we're trying to enhance the shelf life and doing predictive analytics so that the farmer can directly put his produce in these particular warehouses and they're directly going to the consumer. So it's connected.
Okay. So yeah, those are all the questions from my side. Anyone else for Sahas? If you have any questions.
No, nothing, Sahas. Sahas, I think I'll only suggest you that, so there are some government website, wherein some the agriculture data is already present over there. So I think, yeah, you can collect some of them. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Indian Council of Agriculture Research Institutes are there, so you have good
Yes.
number of historical time series data and the different patterns of, like, suppose rainfall, fertilizers, and many other things. And, the government subsidies also.
Yes, ma'am. And the thing is, ICAR, which you have mentioned, I've also gone through their reports, and much of my data also comes from the ICAR CIPEF cipher reports and the MOF5, which is the Ministry of Food Industries.
Yeah. So, you can go there and, come out with your own interpretation, some kind of a data modeling. So,
That's in the works right now. That's in the works right now.
One more thing, which I would like to recommend is look at what other countries are doing with respect to post-harvest losses. Those countries, lie within the Tropic of Cancer Capricorn, which have similar geographical and environmental conditions as us.
Sir, so I have seen for India, I've seen Dandeli, like places like Dandeli. So it's very detailed. It's like primary data analysis. So once I've noticed that there are particular areas which are being surveyed and the data is being collected from there. And for outside countries, I've seen for China, which is very advanced, which is advancing at a very quick rate. And in US, I think Pittsburgh is an area where this is happening a lot.
Okay. So, just, collate that data and also, include it as part of your project. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So, Dr. Niharika, those are the questions.
So you can do some, country-wise, like developing country, developed country, intercompany and comparative analysis also. That might even.
Yes, ma'am. It's already done in the research paper. Still in the work, the framework as well.
All right. But overall, a good study, good work here.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good work and very nice presentation, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Now, coming to our next paper, that is by Sahas Verma, and his title is
Ma'am Suhas.
Sorry, Suhas. I'm always confused between these two. Yeah, sorry. So, coming to Suhas Verma, and his title is Zero, explaining the nexus of financial literacy, savings, and digital finance among Indian youth.
Could I please get 2 minutes just to
Yeah,
switch my
sure.
laptop?
Sure.
Yeah, and to everyone, okay, just don't get confused. Suhas and Sahas, they're identical twins. So this time a different author will come. So yeah.
Nice there.
Mom, am I visible?
Yes, you are. Yeah.
Yeah.
And is my screen visible as well?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep. Yep. Good morning, everyone. I'm Suhas Verma Pakalapati, a grade 12 student studying in Hyderabad. Growing up, I watched my parents really struggle to manage their wealth. It was painful to watch. But recently, I realized it wasn't just them. Millions of middle aged Indians are in the same boat. So I asked the question, why? The answer is simple. Oh,
Right.
ma'am, is my screen
Your
visible?
no,
Yeah,
no,
your
no, no, no.
PPT is not
Your
visible.
My
PPT went
brother
away.
was. Sorry. Is it visible now?
No, should I share the screen, Suhas?
No problem, ma'am. I'll just do it. Now?
Yeah.
Is it visible?
Yeah, it's visible.
Really sorry, ma'am. May I start over?
Yeah, please do.
Growing up, I watched my parents really struggle to manage their wealth. It was painful to watch. But recently, I realized it wasn't just them. Millions of middle aged Indians are in the same boat. So I asked the question, why? The answer is simple: low financial literacy. The youth are entering the world blind to their own money. They are taught to work only to survive, but not to grow. And it results in one painful reality: no savings, no investments, just debt and worry. They are inheriting instability instead of wealth. Here is a disconnect. Look at the 18 to 25-year-old age cohort. 85% of them use digital payments. It is the highest usage in the entire country. But look at their financial literacy, only 27%. And investment awareness, a critically low 16%. So the big question we all have to ask is, when the digital adoption is so high, why is financial literacy inconsistent? Now let's look at the global problem as well. Let's look at it in a global context. A strong positive correlation exists between financial literacy and proactive financial behavior among youth globally. The OECD PISA data shows that youth in foreign countries are more financially literate. 72% of them know how to save and manage their finances. But in India, that link is broken. We are currently scoring well below the global average of 500 points on financial literacy. Our youth, they have the tools, but they don't have the map. So, after researching, I asked the question, how do we fix this? Gamification. Think about it. We all feel the pull to scroll through social media. We all feel the pull to play video games. But what if we flipped that script? What if the addiction became the education? What if building wealth felt like leveling up in a game? What if checking your portfolio gave you the same dopamine hit as getting a like on Instagram? And let me tell you, this isn't just a nice idea, it's backed by science. Behavioral economic theories like the prospect theory and the nudge theory tell us how habits are formed. We know that humans respond to immediate feedback and incentives. Earlier, Dr. Khushbu Sinha used the same approach. She told us that the fastest answer will get a reward of rupees 500. And everyone answered. That everyone is incentive farming. We all saw how impactful that was with an example from this very room. So gamification uses these techniques to form good financial habits. It uses game-like elements, smart cues, and feedback loops to take something complex like finance and make it engaging and fun to learn. Now let me show you when we form habits like let me show you the effect when we form habits like micro investments and saving. Now let's say a 20-year-old starts an SIP of rupees just and invests rupees 1,000 monthly. Maybe that is a couple of movie tickets. But by the age of 60, that small habit turns into a corpus of rupees 1 crore. Now let's zoom out. Currently, 48% of youth in India admit to impulsive spending because UPI is just too easy to use. But imagine if we redirected just rupees 50 of their daily impulsive spend, just 50 rupees. If 10 million youth did that, we would mobilize 1,800 crores every single month into the formal financial system. We boost the entire nation's economy. Well, to achieve this, we built the Zero strategy, resting on 4 pillars. Integration. We embed literacy right into the platform with an AI buddy to answer questions instantly. Innovation. We speak the language of youth through quizzes, leaderboards, goal trackers, and gamifying the entire experience. Regulation. We work within regulatory sandboxes to ensure safety. And awareness. We target campaigns to show where to save and where to invest, not just how. So after all this, you might be wondering, what does Zero actually mean? It means to sow in Latin. I aim to educate every young person about their money before they enter the real world. To plant the seeds now so they never have to struggle later. Let's sow early and reap forever. Thank you.
Nice, Suhas. Good presentation. Could you just go to your first slide when you presented?
One moment, ma'am. I don't know why my laptop.
Okay, no worries. I'll just verbally in the meantime ask you a question. Yeah, so okay, yeah.
Is my
The
screen visible?
second slide rather. Second slide.
Yeah.
So you identify a problem statement of financial literacy, right?
Yes.
So and you link it with the digital adoption, because this is one variable you kind of identified, that people they have a high digital adoption
rate,
but maybe the low financial literacy. This is, you have identified it. How did you identify? Did you do some literature review or just your observation?
Ma'am, it was a literature review. I looked at NPCI reports from 2023 survey, and I found out that the youth demographic from age of 18 up to age of 29, they all of them, around 20.4 billion transactions take place every year, and it grows every percent by 25%, that rate. So it's increasing every day, and we see the reports that this age group is the highest digital adoption usage within the entire country.
Okay, and now could you go to the calculation, which you had presented, that if they go for 50 rupees per day?
Yeah, this one.
Yeah. So if the daily contribution is rupees 50 from 10 million youth, which you have equated to 1800 crore monthly impact. Okay. So my question is that is like, and that you're saying in an SIP, have you considered the compound, like the interest factor into this?
Yes, I have considered compound annual growth rate of 12%, and after 40 years, it compounds up to the value compounds up to around 1 crore SIP after investing rupees 1000 monthly.
And how about post tax? Did you consider that?
Sorry,
How about
tax?
post tax? Yeah.
I haven't considered tax into my calculations, ma'am. I'm still about to do it.
That is one variable you can consider it, because
Definitely.
this is definitely taxable, because if a
Yeah.
youth is, if every month 50 rupees and at a rate of interest of 12%, and you said
Ma'am, no, that is for the SIP, rupees 1000 monthly. Saving is different.
Okay, so rupees 1000 monthly and 12% rate of interest, you said.
Yes, yes.
Have you studied some SIP plans for this?
Still researching into the topics, but I've gone deep into mutual funds. So I found out one data that only 16% of the entire youth demographic from 15 years to 30 years of age, only 16% of them are aware of micro investments, mutual funds, and SIPs, and all these plans in detail. So I aim to educate more.
So my suggestion goes to you for the future like study is that, okay, 16%, let's suppose 16% of them, they are aware and they are interested, and with their pocket money or maybe like, their initial salary, what kind of SIPs are probably there, providing 12% rate of interest.
That is what my aim is, ma'am. With the app, we have targeted campaigns, as I said, where we show them where to invest and how to invest, and also have risk analysis factors where they can
Exactly.
test
That
it
is the
out and
beta.
gamify it. Yeah.
That is a beta factor. Okay, you probably that you can do it, and that definitely the tax factor comes within that only.
Yes.
So yeah.
One suggestion I have you also assumed in your analysis the value of time?
Sorry?
That time value of money, that is like same interest only, compounding factor.
Okay.
Yeah.
Time value of money.
Over time, it compounds up after 40 years. With a 12%
So I
growth rate.
also suggest you do a different scenario analysis. So suppose this is right now like business as usual scenario. You can also, but we also say that by 2050 this will be a developed economy, or maybe by 2070. So by that time how this gamification
relates.
model,
Yeah.
So you probably have to do some scenario
Ma'am,
analysis.
for that, I would need to get into primary data research. This is actually
I was
secondary
coming
data
to
research
that. I
from
was
the
coming to that.
reports.
Yeah, I was coming to that.
And
I think you need to
the
go for
limitation
primary
I
data.
faced while during my research is that it's never been done before in one integrated place. So I was having difficulty finding data where I could find primary data research and sources where I could use information from, which was not available anywhere. So it's a one of a kind innovation which I'm planning to do next year once I start college.
No, I think it's a great plan, but only thing is, yes, you please include primary data from different demography, then from different working class people, different salary structure.
Yeah.
You'll get a better understanding. Yeah, otherwise
Yes,
it's a
ma'am.
great work. Yeah.
No, actually, Dr. Yaka, what I was saying is not just the
Yeah.
also the inflation. Value of the rupee also decreases every year.
Yeah, the different factors which might change over time.
Yeah.
I understood, sir. I mean, it comes with the future, so I have to see more. I have to get into primary data research for that. I can't do it as a student with secondary data research right now.
Yes, so that's only fair enough. Fair enough. So basically, what Arun is saying, yeah, inflation, which is automatically being captured by compounding or time value of money, that rate of interest when we consider it, and then try to do some scenario-based analysis, and obviously with some good primary data, it will give you a better picture.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Suhas.
Thank you. Thank you, Suhas. Yeah. So we have now 10 minutes tea break. So I request all of you to come by 11, 12, 11, 25.
All right. So enjoy the tea break. We'll see you all after after 20 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah, hi, Dr. Pooja.
Yeah, I hope everyone had a tea break. So our next paper, coming to our next paper. Next paper is by Devashri Patil, and the title is Unequal Lives, a comparative analysis of life expectancy across South Asian countries using ANOVA.
Yes, ma'am. Can I share my screen?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Good evening, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Devashri, and I am in grade 10 from DPS Electronics City, and I'm going to be presenting my paper titled Unequal Lives, a comparative analysis of life expectancy across South Asian countries using analysis of variance. So,
Yes, Devishri, carry on. We all
yeah.
can hear you. We can see you.
Are you able to see my presentation?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
yeah,
we are
yeah,
able.
yeah.
You are on a problem statement.
Okay. So let us know what's life expectancy first. Life expectancy refers to the estimated average number of years a person born in a specific year is expected to live, assuming current age specific mortality rates remains constant. So the most common measure is life expectancy at birth, which basically gives like a snapshot of overall health conditions in a country or a region. So, in this research, I address a critical global health concern variation in life expectancy across countries. While it is widely recognized that life expectancy differs significantly from one nation to another, the precise reasons behind these disparities they remain unclear. This lack of clarity presents a challenge for policymakers and health experts seeking to improve population outcomes. So, the central problem explored in this study is to identify which social, economic, and health related factors exert the greatest influence on life expectancy worldwide. By analyzing these variables, the research aims to uncover patterns that explain why certain countries experience lower life expectancy than the others. So, ultimately, the goal is to generate insights that can inform targeted interventions. Understanding the root causes of life expectancy is essential for designing effective strategies that basically promote longer, healthier lives, especially in the regions where longevity remains below global averages. The literature review. So, to build a strong foundation for this research, I examined two key academic studies that explore the determinants of life expectancy from both national and global perspectives. The first study, research highlights significant variations influenced by socio-economic and demographic factors such as wealth, geography, gender, and caste. These findings emphasize the complex interplay between the social structures and the health outcomes within a single country. And the second study is about the life expectancy for both females and males. Now, together, these studies they emphasize the importance of both internal social disparities and broader economic investments in shaping the life expectancy. They also provide a strong foundation for this research, which aims to identify the most influential factors across South Asian countries using statistical analysis. This study also, let's move on to the research methodology. So this study also employs a quantitative research approach to examine life expectancy across 8 South Asian countries. The analysis is based on secondary data sourced from macro trends, ensuring both credibility and relevance. And here, life expectancy is a dependent variable, and while the country which is treated as an independent categorical variable. So, to explore this data, I applied descriptive statistical techniques, including mean, median, mode, standard deviation, and range, to assess the country's life expectancy. And to determine whether these differences are statistically significant, I conducted a one-way analysis of variance, which is ANOVA, at a 5% significance level. So the results of this analysis forms the basis for interpreting regional disparities and identifying key patterns in longevity. Now the descriptive analysis. So this section it basically presents the descriptive statistics for life expectancy across 8 South Asian countries over a 20-year period from 2004 to 2024. So it includes mean, median, and standard deviation for all the countries which I've analyzed. So from here, from this descriptive analysis table, countries such as Afghanistan has the lowest average life expectancy, and countries such as Sri Lanka and Maldives have the highest average life expectancy, thus indicating that they have better healthcare facilities in their countries. Also, the standard deviation among these South Asian countries
Hi,
ranges
Revati.
from.
You have 1 minute left.
Okay. Okay, so yeah, basically the standard deviation ranges from 1 to 2, which which shows that the life expectancy are relatively stable, and Bangladesh is showing the highest variability because it has the highest standard deviation. So yeah. Access to healthcare is also, one of the most critical determinants of life expectancy. Countries that actually invest in robust healthcare systems, which ensure widespread availability of medical services, preventative care, and health education, they have higher life expectancy than those who don't. So basically, this analysis reinforces the conclusion that improving healthcare access is not merely a policy choice, it is a life saving imperative. Thank you.
All right, Devashri, good attempt. Can you come back to your descriptive analytics?
Yeah.
You said that, your standard deviation, like Nepal, I think has the lowest, with the lowest standard deviation. But Maldives have the highest average life expectancy, and whereas Afghanistan the least. Any specific reason, according to you, found out?
So standard deviation, it basically shows how stable the life expectancy is. So in countries which have higher standard deviation, as you told, that Bangladesh and Maldives, that's because there has been fluctuations in the healthcare policies that the government has implemented. All the socio-economic reasons also come under this. And Maldives also have the highest average life expectancy because it has invested in healthcare, unlike other countries such as Afghanistan, where safety isn't even prevalent.
Okay. I mean, just a question, as what inspired you to take this topic? I mean, what motivated you?
I chose this topic because life expectancy is one of the most fundamental indicators of a country's development, and I was also curious to understand why South Asian nations, um, they have different health outcomes even though they're so close to each other. So this motivated me to analyze the deeper social and economic factors to that influence how long people live, and also by identifying the reasons behind the low life expectancy in certain countries. I hope that my research can contribute in a small way to guide improvements in the regions with low life expectancy.
All right.
Did you
Yeah.
also do any analysis about disparities between different genders?
I haven't done it, but I have used it, in the literature review, because it basically stated that life expectancy in women, according to statistics, it is greater than that of men. So I've basically used the data from that paper.
Okay, and what was the difference? Do you have an idea?
Sorry?
What was the difference in life expectancy between men and women?
So the difference was so in the average across the all the countries in that paper, it was mentioned that for males it was around 74.8 or something, and for women it was 80 and 80.2, I guess. So it showed that women had greater life expectancy.
Could you go to your ANOVA result? Slide 6, I guess, yeah. Slide 6.
Yeah.
You had 168 observation. So your null gets rejected here, right? There's no significant. So I think you can you can go ahead with as a comparative analysis, as Arun said, with your own collected data of men and women, and even country-wise also. When you say South Asian country, but you can also compare the life expectancy with some developed nations also. What are the policies they are following? They are not following in South Asian countries, or maybe in Afghanistan, or maybe other countries, where Bhutan or anywhere that where why this difference, policy difference? Why is it there? So I
Okay.
think you can take your research to that next level, like this.
Yeah, because from the developed countries, whatever conclusion that I draw, it could be helped for those who have lower life expectancies, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And try to include it in your own collected data, those incorporate it into your variables, and then do some test, But
Yeah.
as an initial test, I mean, as an initial research, it's good to go. Yeah. Good work, Devashri.
Thank you.
All right. So, Dr. Pooja?
Yeah. So moving to our next paper. Next paper is a paper by Anish, and his title is Improving Thrust of the Hall Effect Thrusters by Increasing Ionization Rate Using Quantum Mechanical Scattering Theory. Yes, Anish, over to you.
So, 'Cause, 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 'cause,
Can you see the screen?
Yeah. Yes.
So good morning. I am Anish Samir Pandya. I am currently an IBDP2 student in Dr. Philip Global Academy. So the research paper I have written and has the title of Improving the Thrust of Hall Effect Clusters using Quantum Mechanical Scattering Theory. So so basically, Hall effect thrusters or HTEs depend drastically on effective ionization rate in the discharge chamber. The ionization is of a propellant, which is usually xenon, but other elements are also used. But in this research, particularly focused on xenon, and this actually affects the efficiency and long operation lifetime of the Hall effect thrusters, which is the main aim of them. But then again, there are many challenges in the maximization of propellant utilization. Traditionally, the aerospace engineers, they have been changing parameters like the discharge voltage and magnetic field through experimentation. But in this paper, we dived into a more theoretical understanding using quantum mechanical scattering theory. Yes. So before I go into the whole depth of what we carried out in the research, thought it was important for everyone to know what a Hall effect cluster is, because it is something very new and something not many people know. So unlike the old rocket engines, which are currently combustion rocket engines, Hall effect clusters are electrical combustion engines. So basically, they pass a voltage through the anode and cathode, which creates an axial magnetic field and a radial magnetic field, axial electric field, sorry, which causes the electrons to be trapped in the discharge chamber. At the same time, there is a gas outlet which releases propellant, which is xenon, into the discharge chamber, and the trapped electrons ionize the ionize the xenon atoms, and they leave the discharge chamber out through the exhaust nozzle. And then again, the cathode again neutralizes it once it leaves the discharge chamber. So basically, this ionization, the energy shift of ionization and neutralization, is what is creating the thrust in the Hall effect clusters. So now about the mechanical scattering theory framework. So in quantum scattering theory, mechanical scattering theory, the electron between an electron and an atom is described by a potential. Here, a polarization potential is there, which accounts for the atom's response to the electron. So there are multiple types of wave, S wave, T wave. So here we did on S wave, but the wave is decomposed into partial waves, and each wave has its own phase shift. So these phase shifts are calculated using a phase shift equation, which I could not mention here because it is a long equation, and I have it in the research paper if anyone wants to contact me later. But yeah. And from the phase shifts, we determine the scattering cross section. That is basically the probability that the electron will ionize the atom at a given energy level. So this is done by integrating an electron velocity over a distribution. In this paper, we use the Boltzmann distribution and Boltzmann distribution. So this is the framework that allowed us to identify the range for the maximum ionization, which bridged actually a gap to the microscopic quantum dynamics and macroscopic thrust performance. And now, now I would like to talk about the methodology. So the approach we used in this research paper, was calculating ionization cross sections for each electron velocity using quantum mechanical scattering theory. Then we weighted these cross sections by Boltzmann distribution, integrating them over the full range of electron velocity. We wanted to find the maximum ionization probability. This helped us identify the most effective range for velocity, which we analyzed using the cumulative ionization probability curve and the Boltzmann distribution to confirm that our results, which we are getting, are actually true. And the steepest part of the cumulative curve is actually known is mm, it reveals the velocity value which maximizes ionization. To calculate all these numbers and theories, we used Mathematica and we plotted them on origin. So these were the results and graph we got. So this is the Boltzmann distribution. This was the initial curve we got. So a weighted cross section, and then we weighted this cross section into a cumulative. One second. Yes, so this was the first graph we got. Then we added this up, and then we got this curve. And then there is a formula to plot it as a Boltzmann distribution, which this gives us. So what we actually did was from this Boltzmann distribution, we found out what lies here. So we actually again found a form. I actually coded a formula in Mathematica for a particular range of values. It found numerical like the small area under the curve that let us know where the maximum ionization is. And here the steepest part was coming about the same. So in the end, the results we got were actually 44.4 kilometers per second to 88.8 kilometers per second for maximum ionization. This this actually was the desired result, as one of the values 44.4 meters is currently lying in the actually what is being used in the iron Hall effect thrusters. The range that is being currently used is 10 kilometers per second to 15 kilometers per second, which I've also mentioned here. And these results also showed how actually what we had based, like in the literature review, we had found that everyone, like on NASA papers and other researchers, also found that increasing electron velocity was the only way to increase efficiency. But we found that after a particular range of like after a particular value, the ionization starts to decrease, which is actually not stated in classical physics but in quantum mechanical physics. So the practical implications. So again, like I showed the design, like I showed the schematic for the diagram. This actually I made using AutoCAD. This is a way to actually the changes we found, the new electron velocity range. So to change that and to make it actually feasible in the real life, what we had to do was we
You
can
have a
tune.
minute left to wrap.
Okay, it's just the last thing. Yeah. So to tune that, what we had to do was the magnetic field or the axial electric field. The discharge voltage can be changed, or the magnetic field strength can be changed to make it so that the electrons have the needed velocity and they are trapped long enough. This basically meant that now we can connect quantum level electron interactions to microscopic device operation, and also this should, when we actually do it experimentally, increase the lifetime of the Hall effect thrusters, increase the thrust, and also make it so that propellant utilization is the best. Uh, Before I conclude the assembly, I would just like to thank my mentor Satyam sir because he guided me through the whole process, and it won't be right to take credit for the work he did with me.
Yeah, thank you, Anish. So we have a new jury member, Dr. Abhishek Kapre. Yeah, Dr. Abhishek Kapre, over to you.
Hi Anish, it was nicely presented work and it's a good work. My just one question is, how would you validate your method? Means how you validated experimentally or just by simulations?
It was all simulated, sir. Actually, doing it experimentally was too expensive at this level right now.
That's it. Yeah. So you did all things simulations.
Yes,
So
yes,
just one thing. Last slide you mentioned that this can be used in the next gen aircrafts and spacecrafts. This
yes.
effect.
Rockets, yes.
So how do you balance the increased ionization with spacecraft power constraints? Because there are the power constraints in spacecrafts.
Yes, but this is a cryo engine, so it is not used for actually lift off because it does not generate enough thrust to actually lift off space rockets and escape Earth gravity. It is for deep space missions like the Voyager 1 and the which Cessna aircraft, which went to Saturn and with deep space. So where we need prolonged periods of constant thrust, not high but constant thrust. So there it can be used, and there the electron we again read on that also, it does not require that much because electric field, which magnetic field, which will change. Once it is there, it can run for long times, and it does not need constant checkups also because it will run once until its lifetime, and the lifetime is pretty long, around 5-10 years, I think.
Okay, so that's what my last question was. The higher ionization of these impact thruster can impact their lifetime, or in that case, how do you mitigate those erosions?
Those erosions actually this would cause increased lifespan because what
Mhm.
was happening was before this, lot of the electron was going bouncing off and hitting the walls of the iron effect cluster, which caused erosion. But now, once we have increased ionization, that means more effective ionization is happening of the propellant. So it should technically mean that less should hit it. But again, that is all. Actually, we cannot confirm it. Theoretically, we'll need to do empirical and experimentation to actually find it out if it is working.
Nice work, nice work. Just one follow up question. Can this improved ionization, what you are talking about, how does that increased ionization cross section, uh, means the improved ionization cross section, how does that translate into the higher thrusts? That's my personal question, just for my understanding.
Yeah, okay. So that question that also we found saturated the thrust, and for small Hall effect thrusters, the discharge voltage and that it was coming out to be medium thrust Hall effect thrusters, like without using a lot of discharge voltage and actually using typical values for medium range, we were getting medium high thrust values. So it was actually an improvement. So it increased the thrust, and I think it will be used in deep space mission sometime.
Nice work, and all the best for all the things you are taking up in this topic in your future. Very well presented.
Yeah.
Good work,
Any-
Anish.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Very good work, Anish. Yeah.
So, coming to our next paper. So, our next paper is by Siddharth Khanna, a novel method of detection of lunar water, ex situ methodological quantification of lunar water. Yes, Siddharth, over to you.
So, I'll now be presenting my research paper. A novel method for detection of lunar water. In this paper will entail investigating subsurface thermal behavior to infer water ice presence in the lunar regolith. I'm in the Dhirubhai Ambani International School in grade 8. So this paper would be entailing the presence of water on the moon. As the presence of water on the moon is not just interesting, it is like very central to the future of deep space exploration. Water can be converted into drinking water, breathable oxygen, and most importantly, rocket fuel through ISRO or in situ resource utilization. However, our current detection methods like neuron spectroscopy and air cross impacts often give us broad signals. They lack depth-specific precision. We know what is there, but not reliably how deep. This study addresses the gap by presenting how computational methods that use thermal attenuation and how heat phases at depth as an indirect indicator of shallow ice layers. So the core problem is that orbital data only provides a surface biased signal, making it difficult to accurately quantify subsurface water at the high resolution needed for mining or habitation. Our driving research question is, can temperature fluctuations within the upper lunar regolith be mathematically analyzed to identify the depth at which a water ice layer must exist? So our method adopts a 1D sinusoidal heat transport model which simplifies the lunar surface heating into a periodic wave. So I first applied the known thermal properties of dry lunar soil to stimulate the expected heat propagation down to 10 centimeters. So this graph, as you can see over here, the temperature as a function of depth for 5 times. This graph shows the expected outcome. Temperature amplitude is huge at the surface, but it quickly gets damped or attenuated as you move just a few centimeters down. This rapid damping is our baseline.
So I then compared this computed baseline against the expected thermal signature of water-bearing soil to pinpoint where an anomalous deviation caused by ice would occur. So the entire analysis of this is grounded in the classical conduction equation shown over here. Yeah, you can see this equation over here. So the key term is the exponential decay factor, e raised to minus z by d. This is the power that predicts the characteristic attenuation curve, how quickly the temperature swing is reduced with increasing depth. Z and d, that is Z. D is the thermal damping factor, which is directly related to the regolith thermal diffusivity. Any anomalous deviation from this expected attenuation curve caused by a change in thermal properties like adding ice is treated as the diagnostic signal for ice inclusions. So this graph, it shows my computational results revealed a critical finding. This graph shows that the thermal conductivity we had to model as a function of depth to match observed data. You can see significant change in the material property used right about the 7 centimeter mark, like around here. So we found that the expected temperature amplitude for dry soil diverges from the signature of ice-bearing soil at approximately 7 centimeters. Water-bearing regolith would dampen heat much more aggressively due to its lower thermal conductivity. This crossover depth likely represents where a transitional layer of bound water or buried ice would begin significantly influencing the thermal profile of the upper regolith. So now this analysis should suggest a shallow surface layer with thermal characteristics consistent with ice-rich material starting at 7 centimeters. Look at the deep temperature curve. The temperature amplitude is incredibly small and the peak is slightly delayed. This highly dampened and slow response is the thermal signature of a strong insulator which aligns with the waterized material. While this is not a direct detection, this method provides a novel mathematical indicator that aligns well with prior, less precise observational data. It shows that the centimeter scale thermal modeling can meaningfully constrain the depth of potential ice deposits. So now this shows the thermal profiles across a lunar cycle. So this curve shows the computed temperature evolution over time at various depths: 1 centimeter, 4 centimeter, 7 centimeter, and these are the depths. The minimal amplitude and significant phase shift observed in the deeper layers, which is like above 7 centimeters, are thermally consistent with the near surface ice deposit, influencing the overall heat flux. So this computational temperature depth analysis can serve as an indirect but powerful tool for inferring lunar water. Thermal divergence at around 7 centimeters suggests non-dry material, plausibly water ice. The method is low resource, scalable, and compatible with future lunar rover sensors. So to make this work forward, we have several next steps. First, we need to validate the model experimentally by integrating it with real rover-based thermal probes. Secondly, we must extend the analysis to varying latitudes, especially the critical permanently shadowed regions or the PSRs. Finally, I plan to combine this method with neutron flux mapping for a hybrid detection framework and apply machine learning models to further refine our depth prediction accuracy. So this paper used the ISRO chase data of Chandrayaan 3 and also these two papers, a model for thermophysical properties of lunar regolith at low temperatures and soil temperature changes with time and depth theory. These papers also helped me a great deal. So thank you, and these were the sources, and thank you for viewing my presentations. I'll be open for questions now.
Nice work, Siddharth. Just one primary question. In first slide, you said there are several existing techniques are there, but the method which you use, the computational method, it is better than the others. So what is the exact betterment, and how does it better than the existing technique?
So the existing techniques are more for like surface layer waters. So like they like you can't really know for under the water. So you can know if there is water maybe, but you can't really predict how deep it will be or how shallow it will be, or whether that water is across like a lot of layers or if it's just bundled in like one location. So it like lacks the depth prediction. It's more for if water is there and mostly for the surface layers.
Okay, and what is the minimum detectable limit of water in your method? And how does it compare with the existing methods, those you have stated here?
So this method actually can be done for like around most depths. Like it can do also for like near the surface, but the deeper you go, it will be more like it will be like less accurate because like of course there's much more water near the surface, so you can detect it much better near the surface. The deeper you go, it will be a weaker detection, but it would still be doing the detection for different layers compared to existing models, which just look at the surface layer.
Okay, and the last thing, can we validate this method on Earth before testing it on to the lunar applications?
So we can validate this method on Earth. So this paper, the soil temperature changes with time and depth theory. This paper was originally actually carried out on Earth. So I've used the Earth applications to help with creating my model because this paper was actually conducted mostly on Earth. So yeah.
Okay, and in case if we want to calibrate all those things together, and if we bring the samples, just a hypothetical thing, if he brings the soil sample from moon directly to the earth and we start testing those things, so in that case, how means those samples, will they get altered or get contaminated when we are transporting them from moon to earth?
Yeah.
Means
So,
can we detect those sample here, or we have to go detect it over there on lunar surface itself?
So, like, it would be better to detect it at the lunar surface because we currently still don't know if it's actual pure hydrogen dioxide water or if it could just be the presence of hydroxyls over there. So, getting it to Earth might not really be beneficial, but it is hypothetically possible. But until we get a better understanding of the composition and makeup of the water on the lunar regolith, we can't really differentiate then.
Nice work, and thank you for such a nice presentation. I learned many things from this presentation.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Siddharth.
Siddharth.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
very
now,
nicely presented.
Nice work, Siddharth.
Thank you so much.
now coming to our next paper. Our next paper is analyzing breast cancer burden in India, mortality in incidence disparities, and exploring promising horizon of 3D bioprinting by Meghla Rajiv.
Is my screen visible?
It's just opening, Meghla. Yeah, it's visible now.
I'm Meghla Rajiv. I study in class 9th in the Shriram Universal School, Hyderabad, and I will be presenting my paper on understanding the breast cancer burden in India, the survival disparities, and how bioprinting can help aid these disparities. Breast cancer remains one of the most common cancers worldwide. While global survival rates have improved, these gains are not equally distributed, and my study explores this disparity between high-income nations and low-income countries using MIR, which is mortality to incidence ratio, and it connects it to how technology like 3D bioprinting can help change the scene. Now, breast cancer MIR acts as a mirror to show how many people who are being diagnosed with breast cancer are being treated aptly for it and surviving their diagnosis. That's why I'm studying the MIR. Now, I used publicly available WHO Globocan data to analyze the mortality and incidence across 5 age brackets. I calculated the MIR for each region to see how survival differs by age and income level. Now, I have tabulated my findings across India, the US, the UK, and South Korea, and we can observe that the most women who are diagnosed with breast cancer are between the age groups of 35 to 79. One second. Sorry. Yeah. So these are the people who are most diagnosed with breast cancer. This can be due to genetic mutations. Older women are more likely to take hormone supplements. And there's a variety of causes as to why the incidence is so high. And the same applies to the mortality. I also performed Pareto analysis on this data. This is for North America, this is for the UK. You'll see that it's the same throughout, but if you directly compare between India, North America, UK, and South Korea, you'll see that India's MIR is 3 times that of these other countries. And that shows that the issue is not biological, rather it's because of the resources available to the people of India. Because India has much lesser awareness programs as compared to other countries like the UK and South Korea that have more robust healthcare systems. They have more urbanization, so a lot of people there have more availability to go get treated for cancer. The government is actively implementing systems that help the people there be aware of what breast cancer is, how it presents, and what to do if you think you have breast cancer. Unlike in India, where in rural regions, not a lot of women know about what breast cancer is. They don't usually go to hospitals, and hospitals are very far away for them. So women in India are less likely to get diagnosed as compared to women in the UK and the US. So to bridge the gap with policy, there are programs being implemented by by India's government, but these are lacking. They're not having far enough outreach. They're not doing enough for the people of India. So what we really need is more awareness programs and better treatment procedures for rural areas, because rural hospitals are very underdeveloped. And 3D bioprinting can especially help with this because it can build 3D tumor models to help us study how breast cancer progresses, possible treatments, and personalized drug testing, which can really revolutionize the field of studying and treating breast cancer. These are the ways. Thank you. That is all.
Yes, Dr. Abhishek Kapre, over to you.
Thank you, Meghla.
Hello.
Hello. Yes, Meghla, very interesting. Much needed in Indian scenarios as you presented. So one thing you told that the mortality incidences disparity in India is more. So and you told the reasons as well. But do you think the socio-economics of entire Indian country is more responsible than the healthcare access factors?
I didn't understand your question.
The question is, you told many reasons regarding is higher mortality incidence disparity in India with the breast cancers only. So in that case, you take one reason as a healthcare facility is that factor that it's underdeveloped in rural area, that is not accessible for the mm, patients to get that thing. But only healthcare access factors or the socio-economics, means the poorers of India or the middle class persons in India, they don't actually get
They can't
to, yeah, they can't
afford
afford
proper
that. So that is
treatment.
one of the factor I feel,
That
rather
is
than the
also one of the factors. But mainly, I think it's because of a lack of awareness. Most women in rural areas are not aware of what breast cancer is and how it presents itself. So they don't go in to check it out until they are in the late stages and there's nothing that can be done.
in that case, when you uses the data sets, what are the limitations or biases those data sets were introduced to you?
A lot of cancer registries in India remain incomplete, so it's very hard to have a proper idea of what is happening in the country.
Okay, and in that case, when you are telling that 3D bioprinting, 3D bioprinting, it's the promising for these cancer cares. So, and specifically in the breast cancers. So, what are the or which stages it benefits the most?
Well, you can use 3D bioprinting to reconstruct tissue after surgery, and 3D bioprinting can also be used to make like personalized drug treatments based on the patient's needs. And it can also just be used for research on breast cancer in general. So it can help throughout the stages to help patients overall.
And the last question, what when you are studying all these things, like the details of 3D bioprinting, the data sets, means those biases or the limitations of data sets, so what are the major challenges we have for this adaptation in 3D bioprinting? Why it is not yet used? So means what you can say throughout the India, why it is not yet used on larger scale?
Well, it is hard to implement. It's a very new technology, and there's not a lot that is known about like it. Bioinks are hard to store. There's a lot that goes into it. It would be a very expensive process to go into it as a whole. So that's why I think it's not very widely implemented. But if there was further research into it, if it got more developed, then I'm sure there could be a lot more.
And you will be more interested taking up that research, right? Yes, all the best for that research. Very well presented.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mikla. I think some of these observations that you shared with us, maybe they can become a part of your conclusion also.
Thank you.
So our next paper is Factors Affecting Earnings and Profitability of Indian Automobile Company by Nishchal. Nishchal, over to you.
Hi, ma'am. Is my screen visible?
Yes.
So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nishchal, and I'm from Darjeeling. I passed my Master's in Business Administration this year from Assam Downtown University. And during my second semester, I was building a financial model for Tata Motors. And that time, while constructing the financial model, I saw that even though the fundamentals were very much strong, the company's share was not actually justified and was not actually being traded at the price it should have been. It was trading at a very much discounted price. And maybe to dig up that further, I took up this project to see like what are the factors that actually influence the earning and profitability matrices of Indian automobile companies. And I would like to thank Dr. Niharika ma'am for her guidance and support throughout this paper. So the Indian automobile industry is often known as the sunrise industry, not just because it contributes to the GDP like 7.1%, but it also provides huge employability to people of India, as well as it is not just operating in India, it has been spread across different countries like Mexico, South Africa, and other regions of the world. And companies like Tata Motors have also acquired the foreign companies like Jaguar and have a global presence. But there are a couple of challenges to the Indian automobile industry. So one is the fluctuating raw material cost. The other one is the oil prices that keeps on fluctuating, and also the supply chain issues. There are a lot of examples for it, and there are like laws changing. For example, say Bharat Stage 4, and I guess the recent one, the consumers are also affected with the ethanol blend petrol. We can see it all over the news. And with this, we see there's a research needed to understand for the people or to everyone who wants to invest in these kind of stocks. Like what are the matrices to be looked upon? Is it the earning, or is it the business model? Is it the revenue that we should focus on? Like what are those key matrices that we should consider while investing in the stocks for the Indian automobile industries? And so as after conducting the literature review, we found that there have been very cross-sectional and like conflicting results in EPS. Some say that the EPS is highly influenced and has impact, and most of those studies have failed to integrate other variables such as the gross domestic product, the oil prices, and there have been some methodological limitations because some papers, researchers, they do not explicitly state that they have checked the stationarity of data. And with these, to address these research gaps, we took up the study. And for our research study, we took the top 10 companies of India listed in India according to the market capitalization, as you can see over there in the screen. And the data was sourced from the annual reports and from the International Monetary Fund, and our world data was particularly used to take out the prices for crude oil. And the software that was used for the computation was RStudio, and the data was extracted and kept in MS Excel. And this is how the methodology flew. After collecting the data from the annual reports and the websites, we checked the stationarity and made sure that the data was stationary, and we transformed it to differencing and to lagging and to non-stationary variables, so that no multicollinearity exists. Like we did not pick up such data, such matrices that would lead to multicollinearity after a lot of trials and errors, basically. And we estimated 4 models with 4 dependent variables, that is EPS, earning per share, and ROIC stands for return on employed invested capital, ROA stands for return on assets, and ROE stands for return on equity. And we furthermore made sure that the results were sound through Durbin-Watson test by checking the variance, inflation, and the multicollinearity, basically. The key variables of the study was, as I already explained, the 4 variables: EPS, ROIC, ROA, and ROE. And the independent variables at the firm level were EBITDA margins, the asset turnover ratio, the debt to equity ratio, the operating cash flow, and current ratio. And the macroeconomic variables were GDP growth rate, crude oil price, and the inflation. Now, these were the tests, the augmented decay fuller test, that states that the data are stationary. Some are stationary at first difference, and some are at stationary at the very first original stage. And after checking the stationarity and running the model, we found out that the EPS, it has really less the adjusted R square and is not able to explain majority in the data, whereas the highest one that was explaining was return on equity. And similarly, there was ROIC that is decent enough, I would say like 52%, and of return on assets was like 61%. There's one key insight from this is that operational efficiency have much more higher explanatory power than the EPS model. It basically advocates for other aspect as well, that whenever we invest in stocks or companies, we should not just focus on their profitability. Rather, we should look towards their operational efficiency and their ability to generate cash, how quickly they are able to convert their credit sales into cash, how better is their cash flow, because companies might be profitable, but they might not be solvent enough to convert their the assets into cash, and that might lead to problem.
Nischal, please conclude in 1 minute.
Yeah, sure. And so the key determinants of profitability, let's look over here. The change in return on asset and EBITDA margins are the primary drivers of capital efficiency. The strong macroeconomic sensitivity. As we can see, the GDP growth rate has a strong positive impact on the return of asset and return on equity. The crude oil prices have a significant negative impact on profitability. And one interesting thing that we found out was that the lagged ROE was the strongest predictor of the current ROE. It acted like as the lagged ROE, it acted as a base for the present ROE and indicating a sustainable competitive advantage. This was the summary of the key findings. These are the summary. And I would like to conclude again by saying that operational matrices are somehow turn out to be superior as compared to EPS alone. And the macroeconomic factors, they do matter whenever we analyze or conduct such kind of studies. And lastly, I would like to say that it is not just only important for the managers who run the company or for the investors, but I think through this study, it tries to establish that a key thing that we should integrate all of the things that, not just all of the things that impact the stocks or the Indian automobile industry, but it also should also consider other dimensions in future, like for example to check the value at risk, like at what price the company might lose the percentage of the share, and say it efficiency, say it through that dimension as well. And because like I believe like better, the more the perspectives, the better it is. It was an attempt to see like what are the matrices that are reliable while picking up stocks in the Indian automobile industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Nischal. Nischal, I have one small question. So you have mentioned EPS quite a few times. So what is exactly the EPS of Tata Motors?
So at this time, I'm not able to remember it now.
Okay, broadly.
Broadly, I've not checked it now as for now, sir, for Tata Motors.
Okay, but earning per share of Tata Motors is comparatively less compared to other Indian automakers?
Yes, even though Tata Motors has strong fundamentals, but still, sir, like Maruti Suzuki has been a key player in the market. And with furthermore penetration from Hyundai going IPO in India, and like other competitors coming in India, I think basically Tata Motors, they struggled. The problem that they had was they had everything under one umbrella. So even Jaguar, Land Rover and everything, and majority of the revenue was through that segment. And what happened was back in the year, I guess 2019, there was the supply chain, there was the breakage in the supply chain of the chip in the Jaguar Land Rover. So that affected the huge revenues. They were not able to supply almost 30,000 pieces in England alone.
Okay.
The semiconductor chip. the company was not able to fulfill it because of that. And I think it leads to it makes one sense, like why Tata is investing huge in 4 of the cities in India to build supply chain through Taiwanese technology.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Dr. Pooja.
Yes. Anyone?
Good work,
Anyone?
Nischal. Only thing is that, next time what you can do is in your PPT, you can come up with your equations also there so that everyone get to see the coefficients also of each control and the, all the independent variables. Yeah.
Sure, ma'am. Actually, I had it open in my MS Word. It's
That's
there.
okay. That's okay. I know you have. Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah. Okay. So now coming to our next paper, that is E-Waste and the Circular Economy, a comparative analysis of South Asian and Western European countries by Siri.
Are you seeing the PowerPoint?
Yeah.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Today, I'm proud to present the findings of my research, E-Waste and the Circular Economy, a comparative analysis of South Asian and Western European countries. I'm Siri Vadlamuri, an A-level student at Arca Global International School, and I co-authored this paper with my mentor, Dr. Niharika Srivastava, and we're honored to present it today at ICONSTARS 2025. To start, we must internalize the sheer scale of the global waste problem. Rapid population growth is straining resources. By 2050, the amount of municipal solid waste produced worldwide is expected to grow by 70%, almost doubling. But waste disposal is not just an infrastructure problem, it's a climate problem. Waste accounts for over 20% of human-generated methane emissions. Within this massive stream of trash, one category is escalating faster than any other: electronic waste. By definition, this is discarded electrical and electronic equipment containing valuable or hazardous materials. It's the most rapidly expanding waste group, rising at a rate of 3 to 5% per year. The total global volume has risen by 82% since 2010, reaching 62 million tons. To put that into perspective, Asia alone generates almost 25 million tons, so the e-waste avalanche is here. Now, let's talk about the cost of inaction. E-waste is not just trash, it's an economic failure. In 2019, the value of unrecovered electronic waste was approximately 57 billion. This represents critical raw materials like gold, palladium, copper, all lost under the outdated linear economy model. Right now, only a meager 17.4% of e-waste is formally recycled. That is a colossal waste of resources, because even one computer requires 1.5 tons of water, 48 pounds of chemicals, and over 500 pounds of fossil fuel. So why are we digging up the planet for resources when we already threw them in the landfill? Now, beyond the money, there's a drastic human cost. Imagine the working conditions in the informal recycling sector, where 80% of e-waste ends up. This results in the uncontrolled release of toxic chemicals, leading to severe pollution. For the workers themselves, the consequences are tragic. 76% of electronic waste workers in India suffer from respiratory problems, including asthma, bronchitis, and cancers. This demonstrates a fundamental policy failure of the circular economic model, especially in developing countries. Now, our research began by examining existing literature. What we found was a common thread of limitations. Papers were usually highly localized. For example, the second paper only regards Indonesia, and the third one shown here only talks about Russia. Also, many of the papers were descriptive rather than analytical. So using these 4 papers and many others, we've identified several gaps in the existing literature. They have a limited geographical scope. There's an over-reliance on descriptive methodology, and they fail to provide analytical or quantitative comparisons between developed and developing economies. This left a void in connecting e-waste performance to concrete macroeconomic indicators. Our study aims to fill this gap. We broadened the scope by contrasting 7 South Asian nations with 7 Western European nations. Our primary goal is to test the correlation between e-waste metrics and macroeconomic factors like Sustainable Development Goal score. This allows us to quantify policy success or failure. Our methodology is a comparative analysis of these 14 countries. Western Europe serves as our established circular economy success model, as they have the highest e-waste collection rates in any region worldwide. And this is being compared against a challenging management context of South Asia. We've collected 5 years of data, 2018 to 2022, and this is a table of some of the key variables that we focused on, which was e-waste generated, EEE put on market, e-waste collection rate, and SDG score. So these are some of the hypotheses proposed, and they mainly compared our 3 e-waste factors to the SDG score, both for South Asia and Western Europe. So let's dive into core findings. Our first hypothesis asked about the impact of e-waste generation on SDG score. South Asia showed a surprising positive correlation. So this does not mean that producing e-waste is good. It actually is just because in developing countries, e-waste is a proxy for economic development and GDP growth, and thus it positively impacts SDG score. Now, if you look at Western Europe, here, high e-waste generation has a negative impact on SDG score. This is our first key validation that in a developed economy, the negative impact of e-waste is strong enough to counter economic gains. Our second key finding examined the impact of electrical and electronic equipment put on the market. In South Asia, this still shows a positive correlation, as it once again shows that economic growth is dominant. But in Western Europe, it has a negative correlation. This is our first major discovery. This is our first major discovery. The success of the circular economy in Europe is now being counted by the sheer volume of consumerism, the tendency to buy, use, and discard electronics too quickly. And lastly, we come to our most critical finding, which proves a policy failure in South Asia. We tested the impact of e-waste collection rate on the SDG score. Western Europe, which is a sixth hypothesis, showed a significant positive impact. Their policies work, and their collection actually improves their sustainability ranking. But in stark contrast, the South Asian collection rate has almost no contribution towards SDG score. Why? Why doesn't it contribute to SDG score? Because its collection rate is so low and so dominated by the informal, unregulated sector that it fails to translate into a positive, sustainable impact for the nation. So in conclusion, our research provides some clear verdicts. First, it validates the success of the circular economy model in Western Europe, which is demonstrably improving their SDG score. Second, it provides proof of policy failure in South Asia, where collection is too low and informal, and the root cause is the lack of aggressive EPR enforcement and necessary infrastructure. Based on this, we have 3 key recommendations for the future. First would be to strengthen policies and enforcement. We must enforce high collection targets and more specifically integrate the informal sector and implement concepts like the repairability index, making sure products are designed to be fixed, not thrown away. We must also invest in formal infrastructure, like building formal high-tech recycling facilities for collected waste and leveraging international agreements like the Basel Convention to transfer technology and best practices. Lastly, public awareness. We must invest in targeted campaigns to teach citizens about the importance of collecting and recycling e-waste, making them active participants in the circular economy. Thank you so much for listening to our research. I hope this analysis inspires you and, more importantly, inspires policy action. Please go recycle your electronic waste. Thank you.
Thank you, Siri, for giving the last takeaway message to recycle everyone's trash which we are using currently, which we are producing. When we are talking about the e-waste, the first thing which comes in under in our mind is informal sectors, because in India or mostly the Southern Asia, when you are targeting those areas, that's why. What are those actual structural differences that exist in the e-waste of the Western Europe and the Southern Asia or the Indian continent?
Okay, so the main difference will be the domination of the formal versus informal sector. Western European depends a lot on the European Union policy framework, and especially they have extended producer responsibilities. So once a producer manufactures or sells a good, then they are responsible for making sure of its proper recycling or disposal. But in India, while EPR exists, its enforcement is not like in existence, and there is high like informal sector recycling, which actually contributes to more pollution, and it also doesn't add to our collection rates because we can't account for informal sector in our collection rates.
And when we are talking about the EPRs, the Western European data we have because it's formalized, it's everywhere there. But when it comes to the India, we just find the quantities of these e-waste directly at the dump sites or the collection centers, because the data is so inconsistent and the reporting is also so inconsistent.
Yes.
Then how you got those data from for the Indian subcontinent?
So the data that I got only refers to the formal collection rates, and I got them from a World Statistics website. However, I do agree that that is a big limitation because we could not account for informal collection rates within our study. It only focuses on formal ones. And also a next limitation that we faced in data, as you probably noticed, is we only had 5 years of data. And in fact, world e-waste reporting actually only began in 2018. So it was actually difficult to analyze before that as well.
But sometimes it's good to start with something new which is coming up very currently or very later phases. And one more thing, what the actual role when we are talking about the informal sectors, what's the exact difference between their role they play in Western European countries and in the Indian conditions?
I would say that perhaps in Western Europe, that the formal tax system, which is driven by their directives, captures over 85% of electronic waste, if I remember correctly. So informal sector is just 15%.
15 to 20%, yes.
And their informal sector workers actually have more training than the ones in the South Asian countries. So even though there is some being done in the informal sector, it does not actually contribute towards pollution. And it's less likely to harm their workers due to proper training facilities available, which is something that can be incorporated in India or other South Asian countries, because by training the informal sector, we can kind of convert it into a formal sector.
So means rather than integrating them into the formal system, first the capacity building of those people or the informal sector is much more required these days.
Yes.
Rather focusing on the directly integrating them into the formal system.
Yes, because we don't yet have like the finance to immediately create a formal sector.
What's the basic difference you found out between the circular economy policies of Western Europe and Southern Asia?
Well, one of the key differences is that many Southern Asian countries, like excluding India, if we look at countries like Pakistan, they have no policies related to circular economy, like absolutely zero. While all of Western Europe shares similar policies because they all follow the European Union policies. So that would be the key difference. And in some countries where there are existing policies, I believe like Maldives and India has a few, they're not enforced as well as they are in Western Europe. There is no, like, I guess, punishment for not following the laws.
And the last question for this is, do you think the technological or what you can say the infrastructural gaps are there between the Western European and the Southern Asian countries?
Yes.
And what are those?
It would mainly be in the level of technology used in the recycling facilities, because we need like certain processes to separate the e-waste properly, I guess like hydrometallurgy and stuff to actually retrieve rare earth elements. And from what I saw, because India uses an informal sector, they are able to retrieve like precious elements like gold and palladium, but they're not yet able to have processes that retrieve rare earth metals, like I guess the trace elements, but Western Europe is still able to retrieve them and reuse them.
Yeah, because in India we just burn the RFPs.
Yes.
What are those? Yeah, that's nice work. Very well presented.
Thank you.
Good work, Siri.
Yeah, good work, Siri.
Thank
Thank you, Siri. So, our next presentation, yeah, over to you, Sankalp.
So our next paper is gut-brain axis investigating the microbiological and neuropsychological correlates of awareness among youth by Bhavya Gehlot. Over to you, Bhavya.
Am I audible and visible?
Yes, yes, Bhavya.
Okay. So let me just start. Mm, Why is it? Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Bhavya Gehlawat, and I'm a student of Bachelor of Pharmacy from Amity University, Haryana. So, the idea for this study actually came to me because I've seen countless articles studying about gut brain axis and how gut and brain constantly communicate, and how this connection affects our mood, our stress level, and even our decision making. But what truly actually surprised me was despite such growing scientific attention, awareness among people of my own age group remains extremely low. Either they have never heard of the term, and those who had were actually unsure of how it actually works. So, and this age group is extremely suffering from the most highest rates of anxiety, sleep disturbances, academic pressure, emotional instability, lifestyle imbalance. We eat irregularly, we sleep late, we skip meals, and we rely on fast food. And we also live in under constant stress, and a lot of people are suffering but very little are aware. A lot of people know but they do not know actually that improving their gut health can generally improve their well-being. So this realization motivated me to conduct a study specifically on youth to explore their awareness, their belief, their misconceptions, and how their lifestyle and mental health are interconnected through the gut brain axis. So let me move forward. So as we know that gut brain axis is a bidirectional communication system between our digestive system and our brain, and traditionally gut was seen only as a place of digestion, but modern research has shown that it functions like a second brain. Microorganisms present in our gut produce neurotransmitters which regulate hormones and influence the nervous system in how we think, how we respond to stress. But if we actually look at the real life age group between 18 and 25, we see a very different picture. We see constant academic pressure, irregular eating patterns, and stress, fatigue, anxiety, emotional burnout. And yet, despite experiencing all of this, yet the awareness about this gut brain connection remains extremely low. So most people have heard about mental health and they're actually working on it, but very few actually know that their own gut may be influencing their mood, their concentration, energy levels, and even their anxiety. So I've also pasted a stats which is shown by Global Mental Health. It shows that almost one third of mental health issues begin before age 14, and nearly two-thirds begin before age 25. So this means that youth population is the most vulnerable and also the least aware of how lifestyle, diet, and gut health influence their emotional well-being. This also forms my research gap in awareness. This forms the problem of my core statement. Young adults believe in mental health, but very few understand why they feel so anxious, why their sleep is so deprived, why they constantly feel so low, so overwhelmed, and the gut brain axis is the most important missing piece. This what led to my research question: how aware are young adults about the gut brain axis and its link to mental health? And I have also further explored whether they had any prior exposure to this concept, how accurate their knowledge was, and whether their level of anxiety, sleep disturbances, and dietary habits and probiotic consumption was related to this awareness. And the study has aimed to look at the connection between what youth know, what they believe, and what actually they experience. So, and why this knowledge needs an urgent attention. Moving forward with my methodology, I have used a cross-sectional questionnaire-based design, and my target population was definitely youth between age group of 18 and 25. I've used a convenient sampling, and all data was collected digitally through a structured Google form. And in total, I was able to gather responses of around 155 participants. My questionnaire had 5 key sections: demographics, where I collected the basic information about age, gender, education level, and stream of study. Second was awareness, where I asked participants if they have ever heard of the term gut brain axis, and if yes, from where. Knowledge actually included true false items to measure accuracy level of their understanding, and lifestyle factors, which covered areas like dietary intake, sleep habits, and physical activity. Finally, I had neuropsychological correlate section, which included stress, anxiety, and uncontrollable worrying and sleep disturbances. For analysis section, I have used a combination of descriptive stats and inferential test. I have run chi-square test to examine association between demographic and awareness levels, Spearman correlations to explore link between lifestyle habits and mental health indicators, and principal component analysis also to basically identify the knowledge and attitude patterns within the youth population. Next, if I talk about the results, stating with the awareness and knowledge, although all young adults, they truly believe that gut health and mental health are interconnected, but only 25% have actually heard the term gut brain axis. So this clearly shows that their belief is very high, but scientific awareness is extremely low. 83.3% hold a major misconception that gut and brain only communicate through hormones. But at the same time, youth do recognize the importance of diet, probiotics and prebiotics, lifestyle, physical activity, and nearly 80% acknowledging their role as well. When we look at mental health indicators, the numbers are very concerning. 57% reported frequent anxiety, 62% struggled with the worrying, and over 81% were experiencing sleep disturbances. So this shows a major emotional and psychological load. Very large proportion, such as 84.6%, have consume only 1 to 2 servings of fruits and vegetables per day, and probiotic intake is rarely and occasionally. 81.3 believe their improving gut health can enhance mood and concentration, but whereas 62.7 also wants to learn about the gut-brain axis. So this shows that there is a high willingness of youth to understand about this act and act on this connection basically. If I talk about the next result slide, I've used chi-square to examine the demographic factors influenced awareness, like belief. Age has definitely showed that older participants were much aware of this belief. Stream of study, definitely health and science related background students were more aware of about this connection, and female participants demonstrated high awareness and stronger belief as compared to males. Next, I have also compared the relationship between lifestyle factors and mental health indicators, and there was strong positive correlation between belief that physical activity and sleep affect gut health and mental health, such as anxiety and worry. And this means that youth who is strongly believing that lifestyle affects gut health are the ones who are actually experiencing it. So a moderate positive relationship was found between probiotic consumption as well, suggesting that youth who is feeling anxious are taking that diet which is compensating the sufferings which they are suffering. On the other hand, fruits and vegetable intake showed a very negative correlation with anxiety, confirming that healthier diet habits are linked with lower anxiety levels. So these findings highlight that lifestyle and mental health are deeply interconnected in young adults. PCA has given me 70% of the total variance, which is very high. Positive loadings, science-based knowledge such as role of diet, physical activity, and gut bacteria. And negative loadings have shown me that there is a strong misconception that they believe that gut and brain only communicate through hormones. So basically, I came to a result that youth is divided into two distinct sections. Basically, one group which is based on the science-aligned understanding, and another group which is misconception-driven beliefs. So together, these analyses reveal a very clear knowledge that there is a major awareness, a major gap, research gap, and we need a structured awareness programs for young adults. I conclude with this that this is the reality about young adults today. Despite in being the most mentally vulnerable age groups, youth show high level of anxiety, uncontrollable worry, frequent sleep disturbances, yet even the most universal belief that gut influences mental health. Scientific awareness of the actual gut-brain axis remains extremely low. Most young people simply do know why they feel the way they do, and the lack of awareness is not equal. It varies strongly across age, gender, stream of study, and education level, revealing real inequities in health literacy. But at the same time, these results have given me an actual hope. Young adults show high willingness to learn. They possess modified lifestyle factors, diet, physical activity, and sleep, and that can be improved with the right guidance. This creates a powerful opportunity for youth centered interventions that combine education, policy measures, and even personalized approaches. Moving way forward, I just need a broader multi regional studies that I can include youth from diverse socio-economic and educational backgrounds. Structured educational interventions are very much essential. Youth-centric programs on nutrition, sleep hygiene, and movement can directly target these modifiable risks, basically. And fourth, as the youth is more digitally oriented, we can create apps, interactive tools, and awareness campaigns to make the microbiome knowledge very much accessible. Personalized diet plans, probiotic-based strategies, and microbiota-focused mental health approaches can offer practical improvements for youth mental health. And at last, I just want to say happy gut is the new happy you. Thank you so much for listening to me. Now I am open to questions.
Hi, Bhavya. Very nice presentation. Yeah, I loved your
Thank you, ma'am.
presentation. Yeah.
Thank you.
So, we are, in the news, we are also hearing the leaky gut thing. What do you mean by leaky gut, first of all?
Leaky gut.
Yeah, leaky gut.
Leaky gut, ma'am. I have never heard of this term, but maybe I can
If you're
give.
studying a gut-brain axis, you should know the term leaky gut. So what?
Leaky.
Yeah, what do you understand by the term leaky gut?
Leaky gut may be all the dietary habits and all those that they are consuming day by day. It is affecting severely on their gut health.
So I tell you, the leaky gut means there is a permeable membrane between your gut. So whatever it
Yes.
was not allowing before and protecting through the layer of that membrane, the gut, it's now allowing. It doesn't mean there is some
Okay.
leakage inside the body. So there are some
Okay.
toxins outside in the environment which is allowing, and there would be some triggers which can cause diseases. That is called leaky gut. Okay.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, tell me, there was a recent discovery that MIT discovered amino acid that helps the gut to heal itself. Do you know the name?
Ma'am, I've studied about the tryptophan amino acid. I've studied about that. Its metabolism was affected basically.
Yeah, so
I've studied about that.
Mainly the name is cysteine. So cysteine holds the secret for helping the gut naturally and rebuild itself. Okay. So one more question for you. What is the difference between yogurt and curd, and difference between prebiotic and probiotics?
Ma'am, yogurt actually contains the prepared microorganisms in it. Yogurt is actually containing the prepared microorganisms in it, and whereas the curd we prepare at home is actually maybe it has lower concentration of lactobacillus in it. And prebiotic and probiotic, as the name suggests, pre and prebiotic is the before prepared micro. I'm feeling a little anxious.
No worries, no worries.
No, take it easy,
No worries,
Bhavya,
no worries.
Yeah.
Yes. So the difference between curd is it only contains one type of bacteria, where yogurt has consortium of bacteria. So can you name any bacteria which is there in yogurt?
Lactobacillus?
No, lactobacillus is in curd. Lactobacillus is also there in yogurt, but with which bacteria? Plus what?
Plus
Okay.
what?
Yeah, so there's a consortium of bacteria. So there's a main difference between curd and yogurt. Curd has only one type of bacteria, where yogurt has a consortium of bacteria. Yes, Dr. Khushbu, over to you.
Hi, Bhavya. That was a very well presented
Thank you.
study, and it is a great study. Personally, I am also very much interested in this. And so I just wanted to ask, like, were you focused on any geographical location in your sample? Correct.
Actually, I'm a college student,
Yeah, yeah.
and I just focused on my university students only. That's why I said that I need a broader perspective. And about statistics knowledge, also, I've used little stats because the core subject of statistics will come in my core syllabus in the next semester. I have taken the help of my guide for this.
No,
So,
that's fine. Stats is fine. Stats is fine. Even easy stats sometimes give you good results. That is not an issue. But yeah, it would be great if you could also broaden it with different countries
yes.
and I mean different geographical locations. But yeah, of course, primary data collection is difficult.
Yes.
And so, what was the most interesting thing that you found, and what was something that surprised you in the results?
Ma'am, actually, the most interesting thing was actually past few months have been like a little not okay for me personally. So I have experienced it on my own that my mind was not okay. I was feeling a little anxious and I was full of worry and everything, and my gut was not okay. So there, and my guide has already written so many articles on gut brain axis, but when I actually browsed articles related to youth, that do they know, and when I asked my friends and everybody they belong to my age group only between 18 and 25. So when I asked them about do they know about this connection, they were actually unaware about it, and so I was. So when I studied about it, it actually appeared me that yes, the study actually remains. And yes, so, and what surprised me most was when I collected the data, many people were aware of it, that yes, they have experienced it, that when their gut is not okay, when their gut is not okay, they do not feel mentally well. And but actually they have not heard of the term gut brain axis, that it actually exists or not. So they were not aware of it, and they were absolutely not aware about the mechanism behind it.
So
Okay,
in
that's
everyday
great.
life, we use, Bhavya, the term, my gut feeling is like this. So is it related to a brain, right?
Yes. Actually, it is related to the brain then.
Bhavya, could you just go to methodology? It's slide one,
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Just go there.
Mm. Is it visible?
No. But anyway, you can just tell me you use principal component analysis. You've written it there.
PCA.
Yeah, PCM, PCM.
PCA, principal component analysis.
How many factors were you able to generate out of your data?
Ma'am, it is in my Word file. I'll just.
Okay, nobody. No, nobody. It's okay,
Hey,
So I
one
was just,
second.
because PCM is used for factor analysis. So I was just wanted to know
Yes.
your factor. Yeah.
Actually, I wanted two types of correlations, positive and negative as well. And
Yeah.
it is in my Word file.
No worries, okay. So what I suggest you, further when you go for such kind of study, and since you are in the same age group, you're a college student, what you can do is, for your further study, start taking interview of these, of your batchmates, of your, of your friends, and then validate your PCM, principal component analysis result, with this, with word analysis or content analysis. Try to do that as a qualitative plus quantitative, so your results becomes even more robust. I mean, just to take it forward. Otherwise, it's a great study.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Yeah. All
And
right.
it was great presentation, Bhavya.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I just stopped sharing.
Yes, uncle.
So the next paper is Descriptive Analysis of NBA Shooting Trends, a comparative study of 5 teams in the most recent regular season by Adish Reddy. Adish Reddy. Over to you, Adish.
Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Hi, Adesh.
Hi.
Hi, Adish.
1 second. Good morning, everyone. Today I'll be presenting my research topic titled Descriptive Analysis of NBA Shooting Trends. It's a comparative study of 5 NBA teams. This study focuses on 8 seasons of data from 5 NBA teams. My name is Adish Reddy and I compared this project under the guidance of Dr. Niharika Srivastava. So, for a quick brief, this study compares 5 NBA teams over 8 regular seasons using metrics like field goal percentage, free throw percentage, assists, fouls, steals, turnovers, and blocks. We found that most metrics stayed consistent, but free throw percentage and blocks varied the most, which affected team performance differently. Teams with low free throw percentage need better shooting and mental conditioning, while teams with low blocks should focus on rim protection and training. This study is descriptive and limited to 5 teams, but it shows the patterns that can be explored further. So, why this research matters? Basketball performance today is heavily supported by analytics. Research shows that factors like age, injury history, psychology, and even salary structure influences players' performance. Machine learning has even been used to predict NBA game outcomes. My study contributes by analyzing how 5 teams have performed over 8 seasons in terms of basic performance metrics. So, how data drives the basketball world? In the literature, a lot of advanced analytic tools are used to understand basketball better. Naive Bayes models predict game outcomes, and CART is used to make scoring maps. Machine learning also identifies which halftime stats matter the most, and deep learning helps with posture and movement correction. All of this shows how data plays a major role in modern basketball. So next is the science behind player performance. So physical and biomechanical factors also impact basketball performance. Balance, strength, and flexibility all improve performance. Biomechanical research shows that jump shots produce better power and stability, and that longer shots require ball velocity and lower release angle. These findings help explain some of the trends we see in NBA data. So next is we're going to see how training as well as mindset allows for better performance. So training methods and psychology also play a big role. HIIT, which is high intensity interval training, improves endurance, sprinting, and agility. TRX, which is a type of suspension training, improves strength and aerobic capacity. On the mental side, confidence, attention, and emotional stability improve shooting accuracy. Basketball training also helps reduce stress and improves mental well-being for like younger kids or the younger generation. Next is how the study was done. So for my methodology, I collected cumulative stats or CUM stats from the official NBA website. I selected 5 teams alphabetically: the Atlanta Hawks, Boston Celtics, Brooklyn Nets, Charlotte Hornets, and Chicago Bulls. The data was arranged like a time series across 8 regular seasons. Then I used descriptive statistics in Excel to compare the teams. So next is the stats that narrate the story. So the study focuses on some key basketball performance metrics. Field goal percentage shows shooting efficiency, while free throw percentage shows how well the teams convert free throw chances. Assists show teamwork, fouls, and disqualifications, and reflect discipline. Steals and blocks represent defensive abilities, and turnovers reveal ball control. So together, these metrics help us understand how each team performs, like overall. So the first team is the Atlanta Hawks. So for the Atlanta Hawks, the year 2018 was the most unstable, with high turnovers and fouls and disqualifications. But after 2020, the team became much more efficient, committing fewer fouls and improving shooting. Their turnovers and field goal percentage improved steadily, showing better discipline and strategy. Next team is the Boston Celtics. So for the Celtics, the 2017-2018 season was their weakest in terms of shooting and turnovers. But from 2018 to 2019 season to the 2023-2024 season, they had the strongest assist numbers, the higher field goal percentage, and solid defense. In 2024-2025, their assists and fouls dropped because they played at a slower pace with a rather isolation-based offense, but they still remain one of the most disciplined teams with the lowest turnovers. So next is the Brooklyn Nets. The Nets had the biggest fluctuations out of all teams. Their field goal percentage ranged from a high of 49.4 to a low of 34.3. Free throw percentage improved after 2020 and assists were highest in 2023-2024. In 2024-2025 season, fouls and disqualifications were the lowest, but their steals and blocks also declined. So next is the Charlotte Hornets. So the Hornets had an average field goal percentage of 43.7% with their lowest season in 2023-2024 season. Their free throw shooting stayed steady and assists peaked in 2021-2022 season with 2,302 assists. Defensively, they had a strong block number in the 2022-2023 season. Their turnovers stayed at a stable 1,000 per season, and disqualifications were highest in 2018-2019 season. Next is Chicago Bulls. The Chicago Bulls had a strong offensive profile. They had an average field goal percentage of 44% and were very consistent in free throws. Their assists peaked in the 2023-2024 season, and they had the highest steals among all 5 teams. But they also had the weakest rim protection with the lowest block average. So next is how the teams stack up. So when comparing the teams, the Hawks had the strong steals and free throw percentage, but low field goal percentage. The Celtics were most efficient and disciplined. The Nets had moderate shooting but high fouls and low steals. The Hornets, they struggled with shooting but were disciplined with fouls. The Bulls had the best steals but the weakest blocking numbers. So the biggest takeaways from the data is Atlanta's defense is strong, but their turnovers and shooting need work. Boston is the most disciplined and efficient. Then Brooklyn is aggressive, but they give away too many fouls. Then the Charlotte is also disciplined, but they're inefficient offensively.
Excuse me, Adis. Please complete your presentation in 1 minute.
Yes, ma'am. And the Chicago Bulls had great defensive pressure, but weak rim. Next is so the most important metrics that varied across teams were free throw percentage and blocks. Teams with low free throw percentage should focus on shooting form and mental conditioning, and the teams with low blocks need to work on the rim protection drills. Turnover numbers were quite similar across all the teams, and the study was descriptive based on 8 years of data, but of course it can be expanded further. So in the future, the research can be more advanced with including stats like 3-point percentage and effective field goal percentage, as well as defensive rating. We can also use predictive models to study shooting mechanics, fatigue, and overall player performance. This study of analysis can help coaches, analysts, and policymakers make better strategic decisions. These are the references I used throughout the study.
No, yeah, thank you very much, Adish. Just want to ask you one question. So you have analyzed in alphabetical order, first 5 teams, right?
Yeah.
So the observations that you have made about these 5 teams, how do you think they would extrapolate across the other NBA teams?
Wait, can you repeat the question?
So, I mean, you have analyzed 5 teams, right?
Yeah.
If you were to analyze, the remaining 15 or so teams, do you think there would be some convergence in terms of your findings?
There would be, because each team is unique. Like, they have different star players, so each of them may vary. As one may be good offensively, while one may be a star defensively.
Okay, right. Dr. Niharika?
No, nothing. I think, yeah, good work, Adesh. I think, yeah, so I think to take this forward, you can add in more teams. So you've taken alphabetically some teams, so you can increase your, like, the sampling, what you have done. You can actually have more number of sample. I mean, you can go for some stratified sampling, or maybe, some cluster sampling. But go for the probability sampling more, not for the non-probability sampling, definitely. And also, as you said, it's a time series data for 8 years, expanded for 2 more years. So probably you will see the pattern in the data. How is it, like, differing over a period of time? So yeah, to take it further, yeah.
Yeah, actually, Adi, so 8 years is good amount of data. If you can just in the future, if you can expand your study to include all teams, it would be very interesting to see what the results look like.
Yeah. I'll try to do it.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. That's
All
it.
right. Yeah. Good work, Kadesh. Yeah.
Yeah, and
Oh.
good.
Yeah.
So next, I'd like to introduce Dr. Pooja Bachani. Dr. Pooja Bachani is an accomplished researcher with over a decade of experience integrating biotechnology, geomicrobiology, and agricultural science. She has earned her PhD from ACSIR, CSIR, CSMCRI, focusing on bioprospecting potassium solubility bacteria to support sustainable agriculture, followed by a prestigious postdoctorate fellowship at IIT Bombay. Beyond research, she has excelled in project management and science communication, mentoring students as visiting faculty at Amity University, and leading public outreach at ICER Pune. Today, she will lead the workshop Beyond Experiments, Why Writing a Manuscript Shapes a Scientist, sharing invaluable insights on crucial role of scientific writing in research development. So, Dr. Pooja Vasan.
Yeah. So, is my screen visible? Yeah. So, hi everyone. Good afternoon. I hope everyone is not sleeping. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. So it's wonderful to see that, how many future researchers we have today. And so today we are going to explore a superpower that every scientist possess. Okay, so it's about writing, and welcome to Beyond the Experiment, like why writing a manuscript shapes a scientist. So I always tell my student, your best experiment is worthless if it stays in your lab notebook. So manuscript writing transform data into knowledge. Okay. So we all know that, the classic image of a scientist. Okay. It's not a aha moment as a myth. Okay. So what happens is, the eureka moment, as you know, a lab which is surrounded by beakers, or a lab can look like a Star Trek film. Okay, but the real magic is where the moment the confusion, okay, turns into clarity, when data turns into discovery. This doesn't happen on the lab bench. It doesn't happen overnight. Okay, it happens when a scientist sit down, or a researcher sit down, and often they write whatever they feel, they process the data, and that is where a scientist is truly made. Okay, now coming to our activity part. Okay, so let's think that you all are a scientist in this room. Okay, and next few minutes I'm going to give you 4 minutes. This is your activity. So for example, your lab has tested 2 towels, that is brand X, which is a generic, and brand Y. Okay, my question to you is that you have the numbers, you also have some qualitative data. Look at everything, look, your goal is one that perfect conclusive sentence. Okay. Just I want 2 to 3 volunteers after this activity. Okay, so your time starts now. Sankalp 113. So just remind me at 117.
Okay.
So everyone can see my screen.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So look here at the data. You have to conclude the sentence. Look at everything. The notes also. Someone has finished earlier. You can share the sentence or paragraph, whatever you have written, seeing this activity. Okay, before I pick volunteers, if anybody is ready, please let me know. Sahas.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you written anything?
I haven't written anything, but then I came to a conclusion looking at the data.
Yeah, share it, please.
So what I conclude from the given data is that if the amount or if the volume soaked up by the paper towel is below 20 ml,
Okay.
the paper towel tends to fall apart and tear off.
Okay.
And when the volume which is soaked up beyond 30 ml and beyond, that's when the paper towel soaks up more water, gets thick and sturdy.
Okay.
But the optimum amount of volume soaked up by paper towel for it to be perfectly useful is between 20 and 30.
Okay. Okay, anyone else? Great, Suhas. Tanishka, Siri, Nidesh.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, I came to the conclusion that a brand X generic, like in the first experiment and the third experiment, it started to tear, but the brand web premium, it felt sturdy, and the brand web premium soaked up more water compared to brand X.
Okay, okay, great, excellent, Nidesh. And what about Arya? Yes, Arya?
Okay, so based on this, you can conclude that the generic brand, which is brand X, was probably made in a hurry or something because there was more demand, as it tore easily. And brand Y, which is the premium brand, is probably more expensive and it was made with more care and testing.
Okay, okay. So, any other participant? Yes, Sahas.
Ma'am, I feel that the brand performance varies depending on the quantities. It is based on the quantities and the materials which have been used. Because generic and premium, it can vary with regard to the brand as well, the particular brand and the quality the quality checks they are conducting, and all that sort.
Okay. Meghla?
We can conclude that brand Y is much more absorbent than brand X because it's much thicker, so it can hold more water.
Okay.
Ma'am, can I
Amazing.
also?
Yeah. Please go ahead. Go ahead.
Ma'am, I think that both the brands are compared on the basis of absorbency and strength.
Yeah.
Like brand Y seems to be more effective than brand X.
Yes.
And in all the three tests, so it remained like much more thicker and intact. So brand X absorbed less water and it even tore apart, fell
Yeah.
apart during the test. So brand Y offers better performance and quality. So
Okay. Perfect. So now just let us rewind. Okay. Now, what do you think? What happened here? Everyone is answering a conclusion statement in a different way, right? So you had to interpret what means in a better way, any student or any participant here. Okay. So now you might be thinking, okay, okay, but that was just one sentence we told. Whether it's Meghla, whether it's Bhavya, whether it's Suhas or Sahas. So let's zoom out, and in the real world, let's come to the real world scenario. The scientists communicate in many different formats. Okay. So the three tools which scientists believe are the critical thinking machine, okay, that moves you from what to why. That is clarity engine, forces you to make complex ideas simpler, and the collaboration passports, that is the third one, that lets you to join the global science conversation. So until and unless you don't publish your research, there would be no collaboration passport. No one will know you what you are doing in your lab. Okay, so talking about the different way scientists write, it can be in any format. It can be in manuscript. Manuscript. The purpose of the manuscript is to share new research. Okay, the audience can be the anyone or the other experts related to that field. Second, coming to the review paper, it summarizes your field. Okay, it can be students and researchers. Third is short communication, that is a quick breakthrough that you need fast publication. The audience, as in, there is something related to COVID-19, you just want to show to the world, that can be communicated in short communication. OPIT, that is opinion writing. The purpose is influence policy. The audience is mainly general public. So that is how scientists communicate in a different way. It doesn't mean that you have to communicate research manuscript every time. It can be manuscript, it can be review paper, it can be short communication, or it can be op-ed. So I have again a question for you, everyone. Okay, so you have a new experimental result that provides a strong evidence for a novel cancer biomarker. What article format is best for this? Okay, Nidesh, yes, go ahead, Nidesh.
Ma'am, manuscript?
Yeah. Okay, why not review paper, op-ed, or short communication?
Ma'am, because you're not reviewing any article, you have did an experiment in which the result shows strong evidence for novel cancer biomark. So it's
Very
an
nice.
original work.
Excellent, Nidesh. Okay. Now, each of this format, as I showed you, has a different tool in your toolkit. A detailed manuscript speaks to expert colleague, while an op-ed speaks to policymakers. And, but the core skill you used in your activity were critical thinking, clarity, and communication are the foundation for every single one, whether you write a review paper, whether you write a manuscript, whether you write a op-ed, or whether you write a short communication. Okay, so and that brings the core message that first, the real scientific process. Okay, this means to completely reframe that what we see as a scientific process. The scientific process start with the experiment, then goes to the data analysis, then again the data is reviewed by expert, or you say the scientists around the world, then coming up with the new better idea, then again with the idea, again this cycle goes on. So as you leave here today, I want to carry one idea with you, that is your next lab report, your next research paper. It can't be a final step. Okay, it is your training ground. Okay, it is your chance to think deeper, right, and to speak clearer, and to claim your place in the amazing collaborative world of research or science, or whether it's a STEM or non-STEM. That's all for today from my side. I hope I did not bore you with my workshop.
Good, nice workshop, Dr. Pooja.
Yeah, not at all, Dr. Pooja.
Yeah. So, nice workshop. It was really engaging, and I hope everyone enjoyed, So, it just to brief that, different kind of manuscripts, you can produce.
So actually, Dr. Neharika, what happens? The student have there in mind that I can only publish a research paper. They don't have idea about sometimes op-ed also, review papers also, and even the short
Yeah.
communication or case studies.
Yeah, so with all of your research, going on, you can actually convert them into research publication, op-ed, you can convert them into a review paper. So, so that you get an idea also that, how these publication procedure works, and, how's the reach of every of these manuscripts. So great, thank you so much, Dr. Pooja.
Yeah, thank you.
So, yes, Sankalp.
Okay, so next we have Professor Ran Zhang, also known as Dr. Ran Falan Zhang, is an assistant professor at the area of information science, systems, and quantitative science at Rawls College of Business, Texas Tech University. He holds a PhD in information system from University of California and a master's from Iowa State University. His research focuses on economics of information systems, digital platforms and online communities, healthcare analytics, pricing strategies, and business data analytics. Today, he will lead the invite session on impact of generative AI on users generated content.
Okay, I'll share my screen.
Yes.
Texas Tech University. Today, I'd like to talk a little bit about the impact of generative AI on user-generated content. And first, I'd like to talk a little bit about the background. And then I will go on to present one of my research papers in this particular domain. So, as you know, the user-generated content has long shaped our online experiences. Whether we are choosing a hotel, buying a product, or looking for advice, we often rely on reviews, comments, and posts written by other users. For years, this content reflected real people's thoughts and experiences. Now, generative AI is changing this landscape. These new AI tools can create text, images, and even full product reviews in seconds. They help users express themselves more easily, and they allow platforms to offer faster support and more personalized information. In many ways, generative AI can make online content richer and more helpful. But this shift also raises important questions. When AI-generated text looks very similar to human writing, how can users tell what is real? How do platforms make sure that the information we see is accurate, trustworthy, and not misleading? And as more AI-generated content appears online, how might this change people's expectations, their trust, and their decisions? As generative AI becomes part of everyday digital life, understanding its influence on user-generated content is essential. So in today's presentation, I'm going to focus on one key area, which is how generative AI is affecting online reviews and what this means for user satisfaction. Now, I'd like to talk about one of my research papers in this domain. Let me share my slides. So in this paper, we study the world of AI and matching quality evidence from a natural experiment. We focus on a particular domain, which is the hotel industry. We examine how the generative AI content affect online reviews and consumer satisfaction. First, let me introduce a little bit about background. So if we look at this figure, we know that online reviews play a critical role in consumers' daily life. In fact, a vast majority of consumers read online reviews when searching for products and services. A recent statistics show that in the past 3 years, 2022 to 2024, over 30% of consumers read online reviews on a daily basis, and over 40% consumers read online reviews on a regular basis. What's more, if you look at this figure, which is about the submission number of new consumer reviews, the number of new consumer reviews has been growing fast over the years. For example, on TripAdvisor has received over 30 million new reviews in the year 2023 alone. So given this sheer number of reviews, information overloading is a big challenge facing consumers. And what makes matter worse is that consumers have very limited bandwidth or capacity of processing information. A recent survey shows that consumers on average read only about 10 reviews before making a purchase. Given this information overload problem and consumers' limited information processing capability, consumers may have high uncertainty about products, and therefore they may form incomplete and biased opinion towards the products, which ultimately result in the mismatch between products and consumers. So the question is, how can we solve or at least mitigate this problem? With the advent of generative AI, the GenAI review summary has been introduced and implemented on the online review platforms. Can generative AI review summary help reduce this mismatch between products and the consumers. So the question here obviously is, how can the Gen AI review summary help? So this is an example of this Gen AI review summary on TripAdvisor. You can see this is a summary generated by the AI and based on the human reviews. And on the right-hand side, it has these quality attributes that are listed. So on one side, the Gen AI review summary provides an overview covering both positive and negative aspects of a product, such as a hotel in this case. In addition, the Gen AI review summary identifies a set of these quality attributes, for example, convenience, rooms, cleanliness, service, and so on. So overall, information in the Gen AI review summary is rich. Such richness of information may reduce the consumer's uncertainty about the product and therefore has a positive impact on the matching quality between consumers and products. However, on the other hand, the Gen AI review summary may be subject to bias concerns and could be too general.
Hi, Dr. Pooja. Dr. Zhang is not audible.
Yeah, same here.
Our dependent variable is again,
Yeah, now we can hear.
And the rating dispersion for hotel I amongst T on platform P. And this after variable is a binary indicator equaling to 1 if the month is during or after the launch of the Gen AI review summary, 0 otherwise. TP here is another key variable which indicates whether reviews for a hotel are from TripAdvisor. If from TripAdvisor is 1, if from Expedia is 0. And this X represents the control variables. that characterize the review environment on each platform. So our key variable of interest is this coefficient delta. So here's our main results. If you look at table 2 here, this shows us the results for the impact of Gen AI review summary on the matching quality, measured by the rating, average rating, and rating standard deviation. So overall, we can see that these are all significant. The star here means the level of significance. So first, we see that the Gen AI review summary significantly increase the average rating, which is positive, and decrease the rating dispersion, which is negative, on TripAdvisor compared to Expedia. So this implies that Gen AI review summaries launch is beneficial to the matching quality improvement. Secondly, if we look at this table 3, which is about the result for the impact of Gen AI review summary on the consumer experiences, measured by the ratio of negative, neutral, and positive reviews. So if we look at the first row here, so the ratio of negative reviews is significant. So here we have 2 stars. So this implies that the Gen AI review summary negatively impacts the ratio of negative reviews, but have no significant impact on the ratio of neutral or positive reviews. What this means? Well, this means that the improvement in this matching quality, which is the result we got before, is primarily driven by the reduction in the unsatisfactory, the negative experiences of consumers, rather than the changes in the neutral or positive consumer experiences. And in order to further understand this result, we want to explore the mechanism or the reasoning underlying the main results. If the underlying mechanism of the main result is the reduction of consumer uncertainty, then we would expect that a Gen AI review summary may have stronger effect on the hotels with a higher level of uncertainty, right? To test it, we study the effect of Gen AI review summary across hotels with different levels of uncertainty in terms of hotel quality, hotel ranking, and the cumulative rating dispersion of hotels. Secondly, the credibility and information richness of Gen AI review summary matters. So it is reasonable that the Gen AI review summary with higher credibility and richness may have a more pronounced effect on the matching quality improvement. To examine this, we analyze the roles of different characteristics of Gen AI summary, including the number of quoted reviews, the information volume, and the readability of Gen AI summary. So in the interest of time, I will not show the detailed results for this mechanism. They give you an overall summary of this mechanism results. So our main results are the following. First, we find the launch of Gen AI summary can enhance the matching quality between consumers and products. And this is driven by the reduction in the unsatisfactory consumer experiences. Secondly, such positive effect is more prominent when hotels have a higher uncertainty in terms of their ranking quality, or when the Gen AI review summary has a higher information richness, credibility, and readability. Third, we find the uncertainty reduction is more likely to be the underlying mechanism of our result, compared to the role of top review, which is another key indicator that influences the consumer's online reviews. Lastly, in terms of the practical implications, first, our results recommend platform managers may consider prioritizing the promotion of GenAI review summary for low quality, lower ranked hotels or hotels with high opinion dispersion to maximize the effectiveness of GenAI review summary. Secondly, they also recommend platforms may focus more on the transparency, understandability, and information richness in the design of their GenAI review summary. Third, regarding hotels, our results suggest hotels may request the implementation of GenAI review summary on their review systems, because as for now, not all hotels have this option, have this GenAI review summary implemented on their review system. Lastly, in terms of our consumers, we suggest consumers can utilize the GenAI review summary to improve their product evaluation process, and also meanwhile offer feedback to improve the GenAI review summary. That's all for my presentation, and thank you all for your listening.
Okay, so that was really insightful. Now we'll be moving on to our next paper presentation, that is the role of perceived gender identity in male athletes, impact on sports performance, physical health and social well-being, and mental health by Meenakshi Menon. Over to you, Meenakshi.
Yes. Just give me a second. I will share my screen. Is it visible?
Yeah, we can see Meenakshi.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Give me a second. Apologies. Yes. Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to speak here. I'm not going to take too much of your time. I'm just going to talk about the role of perceived gender identity in male athletes and give you a summary of what I've been working on for the past few months. Although, before I start, I do want to say a special thank you to my mentors, Dr. Niharika, Dr. Shivnendu, and Dr. Shivjot. So, this is just the agenda of what I'm going to be covering today. We're going to talk about why I decided to choose this study, where the gaps were, the research question I posed, the processes that I followed, and the key insights, the future that I see my study going forward with. So where does this study come from? Now, as an aspiring psychologist, I'm interested in understanding why people behave the way we do. What is it that makes us, decide certain things, our choices? And all of that comes from an understanding of, or one facet of that comes from an understanding of who we are and what kind of class we belong to, what kind of groups that we associate with, what we perceive our lives to look like. And this has been something that human beings do. We classify, we label. And the very beginning of that has begun when we take certain common shared biological traits that we have, so that some of us have, and we segregate ourselves, male and female, and that is what sex is. Now, I would like to pose a question. Say, think about the last time your friend, your colleague, your brother, your sister told you that they just had a baby. What is your first question that comes in your mind? Okay, is the baby healthy? After that, is it a boy or is it a girl? And that answer will decide whether you go down the pink aisle or the blue aisle of the shop when you're going to buy something for them. And that is what gender is. It's the preconceived notions that we set on them. We've already labeled this child who's not yet come into the world yet, or who's just come into the world. We've decided or gotten an inclination of what they might like, what they might be like. And that is exactly what Egan and Perry and Bem had found out. Through sex typing, gender roles, socialization from a very young age, childhood defines the kind of places we think we belong to, the kind of personality traits we think we must have. And then later on, studies have shown that there are gendered personality traits. And what I mean by that is that I found that certain ideas are more expected out of you if you are a girl or if you're a boy. If you're a girl, you're more likely to be expected to be nurturing, caring, calm, passive. Whereas if you're a boy, you're expected to be powerful, dominant, aggressive. And after understanding that, I realized that the best way to understand specifically this, the idea of what masculinity is in the breeding ground of where power and dominance is found, sports. Another thing I was interested in seeing was, what does sports tell us and what does it tell us about masculinity? Turns out a lot, but also very little. When it comes to an idea that my field focuses on, mental health, there's very little information given, or very little consolidated information given on how mental health is prescribed for male athletes. That brings me to the research gap and rationale of my study. Why is this important? I realized that there is no consolidated information about male athletes or athletes in general in terms of their mental health, physical health, psychological health, emotional health. And because of that, things like organizations like sports sectors and coaches and athletes do not have a guideline on how to not just improve their performance and motivation on the field, but also outside of the field. So this study aims to do just that, not only to give information there, but also lay a foundation for future research on how we can see where sports science and psychology takes us. And this brings me to the two research questions that I want to pose. First one, what, if any, is the influence of masculinity within spheres of sports and athletic performance? And the second one, to examine the ways in which gender identity can influence an athlete, specifically a male athlete's physical, mental, and social health. Now, the methodology of the study. I decided to conduct a literature review, and the reason for this was because I wanted to first see, from an academic standpoint, where do we stand? What are the kind of information that we have collected over the past few years? And using this, I had over 105 papers. The inclusion criteria was male athletes. Now, why specifically male athletes? Firstly, there is just more of an abundance of studies that are in male athletes. There is another conversation to be had about the lack of female-based athletic studies. But also, I wanted to specifically see what it is about masculinity that affects their health. And then I wanted to see 18 years and above. Why this age range? So there are a little bit other variables that come into play when you talk about adolescents and children and their relationship with sports. While sports is very omnipresent, there's also a very particular effect it might have. And when you look at theories like Erik Erikson's stages of identity, during the 8th stage, identity versus role confusion, he mentions how adolescence is the area where you have your identity growth. It's where you realize who you are and what you want to be. And those are all variables that I did not have in the scope to account for while doing the study. Therefore, I thought 18 years and above seemed a bit more feasible. And I wanted the studies to have been the past 10 years because I wanted to be as relevant to the time period of today as possible. Now, theoretical division. What I realized was, when I looked at the 105 papers that I took, about 61.6% of them had no theoretical perspective given by the researchers. Around 1.8% had the theories of IMT, which is inclusive masculinity theory, and 2.8% had phenomenological perspective. So what does this mean? This allowed me to identify another gap, that there is no major theoretical perspective given by researchers, and that is specifically important in psychological research because there's more of a guiding principle for you to interpret where the researcher is coming from. Another thing I wanted to talk about was the difference between approach and concept. So in one study, it was given that the difference between a concept and approach is that a concept is an abstract thought, whereas an approach is the tangible, actionable steps that we take to making those thoughts a reality. And this was specifically important for the kind of fluidity of the variables that I had. Gender, it's very open to interpretation, and so I wanted to give it more shape. So I looked at research papers through PubMed, Google Scholar, and Embase, and these are the search words that I used. Predominantly, it's male athletes, masculinity, and I just wanted to see where these searches would take me. I also followed the Prisma guidelines, and initially I'd had over 107 researchers, but I had to, after screening, 2 of them were eliminated due to duplication, and they were all manually searched. Now comes the crux of my study, which is the results. So what I realized was that there was a number of scattered results found over various aspects. Now, firstly and predominantly, mental health. So, one of the leading across different countries, Sweden, Finland, UK, one of the leading common mental disorders that was found was depression and distress. In
Excuse
fact,
me, Meenakshi. Please conclude your presentation in 1 minute.
Okay, fine. So then I'm going to just give you a quick rundown of what my study was, what my study tries to tell you. All of these are interrelated. So what I mean by that is, I'm going to give you a cycle. And especially specifically male athletes, there is the idea that toxic masculinity, you're not supposed to show vulnerability. And because of that, they don't have an outlet. There's a lot of barriers for seeking mental health support, especially in their organizations. So because of that, let's say they have some sort of physical injury, strain, concussion, that leads to taking rest, them having to take out of their sport. After that, what happens? They believe they start to get that vulnerabilities come to the surface, and because they don't have a specific treatment plan for it, they again are more prone to negative coping behaviors such as smoking, drinking. Actually, drinking and gambling were the most commonly ones found. Also leads them more vulnerable to suicidal ideation, and then that again, instead of them, because of existing barriers for mental health support, instead of coping with it in a healthy way, they go back to play after they get better, and then the cycle continues. And so what I've realized is that there is a complete lack of, first of all, studies that are tailored to athletic sports and masculinity, and also this existing studies that are there shows that there is that within organizations, sports context, there is not enough awareness of mental health. There are not tailored interventions for specifically athletes, and instead we focus purely on their physical capabilities. What kind of performance are they showing off the field, on the field, my bad. So this study concludes with saying that we need to figure out how we can first identify symptoms that are specific to athletes and to masculinity, and to see how we can bring them in the conversation for future therapeutic approaches and also for us to look at future research directions. For example, for scientists, social psychologists, and for mental health practitioners, how we can build upon research in this very particular niche. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Meenakshi. I think it's a very complex topic which you have decoded, very nicely.
Okay, my apologies. I didn't have enough time to really talk about all the results that I have. I have a lot more to say, but I'm open to questions if there are any.
Yeah, Dr. Pooja, Dr. Niharika.
Yeah, so
Dr. Niharika.
yeah, it's a nice study. I mean, I know that, you have been analyzing a lot of papers also regarding this. The only thing I'll say, I know getting a secondary data also can be a little difficult for this. But then, what you can do is to make your study even robust, okay? You can go for the sentimental analysis, or maybe this text analysis, like analyzing their interviews, or any of the interviews which you have seen. Like there's so many interviews out there on YouTube channels and other TV channel, post winning or post losing, or maybe for different game. How is this gender identity, does it really impact or not, to make it even more robust, to go forward, I mean, after literature review. So what you can do is, there are some interviews are definitely there. You can do a text mining out of that, of of interviews. Yeah, I think just to take it forward, otherwise, yeah, it's a good study. Yeah.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Yeah.
Yeah, who's next now?
Okay, so our next paper is Road Surface Monitoring by Computer Vision in Mumbai by Aryan Yogi.
Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Give me a second. Okay. Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. My name is Aryan Yogi. I'm in 9th grade and I'm from NES International School, Mumbai. Today, I'm going to talk about road surface monitoring with using computer vision, and I'm specifically focusing on cities like Thane and Mumbai. I'm also focusing mainly on detecting road damages like potholes, cracks, etc., because that's a huge problem which these cities are facing, and I've seen them with my own eyes. And I think our government, honestly, I'm not going to sugarcoat it, they're taking it very lightly. Uh, to start, um, in India, we spend billions of rupees on infrastructure, yet we allow one single issue, which is road deterioration, to consume 5% of our GDP annually. My research, which uses AI, because as we know, AI is going to progress and take over a lot of things. So it's better to use it in a good way to detect these potholes, categorize them, solve issues, including political issues. I'll get back to that. It's not just about technology, it's about shifting road maintenance from reactive methods. Like right now, we use reactive methods, which is the government only fixes these potholes, these huge potholes, whenever someone complains about them. And it's very fragmented. But now, because of the framework I'm going to propose, we can change it into a proactive situation. In one city, in Thane, there's over 1,800 millimeters of rain in just 4 months. And as climate change worsens, it's going to get less predictable. So, in this image, you can see potholes which are flooded. Uh, Now, back to the political problems. The reason that these potholes are not getting fixed is because in India, one single road can have up to three different companies taking care of it. So they all blame each other and they say, oh, you have to take care of this pothole this time. I did so and so. And at the end, it just causes more delays. So here's more on the political situation. My research question was how can we create an affordable system that changes road maintenance in Indian cities from its current reactive and fragmented process to a coordinated and proactive one? So, as I said, one single road can fall into three jurisdiction of three different companies, which means the power. Also, I have to mention that I'm gonna be using a lot of technical jargon in this. So if you have any questions about that, you can ask me at the end about the meaning of something. Yeah. So since there's so many, it leads to uncoordination, and there's no one umbrella body taking care of all of these who are assigning the jobs. So now I'm not trying to confuse anyone. So here's everything about it. First of all, my system uses a CNN, which means convolutional neural network, which is this type of AI that detects patterns just like our eyes and then categorizes them. So if you look at something, you can go like, oh, this is glasses, this is a shoe. So this is what the CNN does. And the specific model I'm going to use is YOLO, which stands for You Only Look Once, version 5, and a smaller version. So it can work on low-cost devices because the government right now isn't spending a lot of money into preventing it. Instead, it's just spending money to fix accidents that have already occurred. So I don't think they're going to spend too much money on this initially. But if they listen to this proposition, they could, yeah. So how this works is basically there's going to be dash cams which are you can buy them from Amazon. So it's going to be really cheap and scalable, and they'll be on buses like city buses. So which have predictable routes. So it's going to record for the entire 24 hours or maybe just 12 hours during daytime, because a problem in this is night vision, because there's really low lighting. So during those 12 hours, wherever it goes, it's going to take a whole video, and it's also going to track the GPS. So you will know there's if you see a pothole in the video, the AI analyzes it and it also finds the GPS of that thing, of the pothole. So once you get all this information from all of these city buses, it gets sent to one central dashboard, which can either be a website or an app. An app would be for the people who really need to use this, like administrators, and a website will be for citizens to look at it. So in this dashboard, it's gonna have all the information. ranging from the most recent detections to the most critical detections. So this allows the city to stop reacting to complaints when the complaints are there, when the pothole is already big and it costs a lot of money. Another additional feature is this map layer, which basically will show if there's a pothole on this certain road, it's going to say who's to blame and who's not to blame. So there's no false accusations, and that's going to depend on legal documents. So to validate my data, I've used Google Teachable Machine, which is this free to use and easy to use website where it's basically CNN, and you can make different classes and add image samples of them, and it trains the model for you. So as you see here, I've put in 50 images of good road and pothole. As you know, this is very basic. I got an accuracy of 73% after I tried 20 images. So as you see, if you put an image here, it detects whether it's a pothole or a good road. But since 73% isn't very good, I added another 100 images and I tried it again. I got 79%, which is still better. But as you see, it doesn't always give a definite amount. So in the bottom picture, you can see it says 100% and the pothole 0%. But in the top picture, you can see it's still a little bit confused. Now I also realize there's other things on roads like humans, trash bags, garbage trucks, etc. And it can't just have two sections, which is good road and pothole. So as you see, this is a manhole, which is really commonly found on roads. And it always thinks, and the AI, this Google Teachable Machine is really basic. So it thinks it's a pothole just because it has a hole. So now this is the best accuracy that I could get. And as you see, if I put a picture of a manhole, it shows that it's a manhole. So in the actual product, there's going to be lots of different methods to verify whether it's a crack, a pothole, a manhole. It could be traffic cones, or whatever it is. And only when it detects it's a pothole or a crack, it distributes it by severity on the website, which everyone can access. So these are some additional features about the project. First of all, monsoon is a huge problem in India, so it's going to be hard to get data when potholes are flooded, because obviously when there's a flood, no one's going to go outside to click pictures of potholes. So we use synthetic training data, which means combining something like cars with digital water surfaces to get a better idea. Next, if you aren't able to get the GPS for whatever reason, there's going to be two separate files when it's recording. One is just going to be the video when the bus is moving, and the second file is going to have the exact coordinates. So on both files, there's going to be timestamps. So if you just use both the timestamps and match them, you'll get the exact GPS of that pothole. And last but not least, this is really important, which is the privacy. Because as you know, I just said it's going to be a dash cam on the bus, which means it's going to capture things like people's faces and license plates, which could be used in wrong ways. So before the raw video is sent to the website or to a human administrator, it has a privacy filter which blurs all faces and license plate in the footage. So no personal data is there. So this is just what I wanted the website or app to look like. First, on the top half, it's going to display statistics. This is an important part of it. This is going to be
Excuse me,
the
Arya.
map of...
Can you conclude your PPT within 1 minute?
Okay. So this is the live map, as I said, and it also has 3 sections: so critical, moderate, and minor. This is the citizen reports. As you know, this is an AI, so it's obviously going to get some things wrong. This is why we have citizens to report if AI gets something wrong or if AI missed something. And whenever this data is sent, it gets analyzed, and this same picture gets fed back to the AI system, so it can just continuously improve. Now about the cost, the first section is what's been used in countries like America, Singapore, etc. But it's very expensive, so we can't use it here. And basically what LiDAR does, it analyzes 3D models. The second section was my first initial idea, but it was too expensive, so I switched to this idea. So the COTS dash cam just means commercial off-the-shelf dash cam, which you can buy from Amazon. So instead of replacing it, you can just simply buy a new dash cam for the bus. and the city basically pays for itself by preventing potholes instead of fixing them, which is more expensive. So now it switches from reactive to a proactive way. Yeah, I'm open to questions. This is the end. If you want to read through this, you can. And until then, I'll answer questions. Thank you.
Good work, Arya.
Yeah,
So,
very nice. Yeah, very nice presentation, Arya.
So Arya, you have identified a problem that, okay, these accidents happens, okay, and somewhere there's a fact that, okay, unfortunately, we don't have such legal system or whatever, like, I mean, the police doesn't take that seriously. Okay, I mean, and you found out a solution also. What is the solution for it? That is through the Google picture. So, you as a researcher, where is your contribution? I just wanted to know.
Okay, so the Google Teachable Machine, which I said, it's too basic to be deployed on a full scale level. So I actually came up with this idea. So as you see in this area, this is the first section is current solutions, but India will definitely not apply these because as you see, the price is around 50,000
Very
rupees.
high. Yeah.
Yeah. And my solution was the entire PPT basically. It doesn't exist here. And the Google Teachable Machine, which I made, was just a prototype for proof of concept. It's not going to be the actual thing, but I just wanted to demonstrate how exactly it will
Okay.
work.
So these
to make
cost
people understand.
dash cam, have you tested this?
No. So what COTS dashcam is, it means it's commercial off the shelf, which means you can buy these dashcams from Amazon. And obviously, these are going to be uploaded onto one file. So 4K quality for every single pothole is not possible. So these dashcams will record in 120 pixel or 780 pixel, whatever is best, because obviously 4K quality is just going to lead to more cost as the files will be bigger. But I haven't actually tested any of them in real life, but this is based on research. I found COTS dashcam is cheaper and efficient.
Just test this, and when you've done a costing of like 2,000 to 3,000 rupees, it's like it's almost 80% down. Like, what is that cost in other camera which is not in your camera? Like, is it some kind of a fixed cost or something which is there? So I fail to just understand this, that cost per unit when you're saying. So you have reduced it from 30,000 to 2,000. So
Yeah.
what is the main reason for this? Okay, one is that I buy from Amazon. That cost is there. After that,
Well, first of all, the 2,000 to 3,000 is in bulk. It's obviously if you buy just one at a time, it's going to be a little bit more expensive. But if you buy in bulk, it's going to be 2,000 to 3,000. But for the one that was 50,000 is not the ones that are deployed in our country. Currently, we don't have any solutions. These are just the ones developed in developed countries like Singapore or the USA. And then the second one, which is around 75% cheaper, is actually what I wanted it to be initially. But then I realized this is also still very expensive.
very costly.
Yeah. And also because India is currently not doing anything. So why would they suddenly go and spend 10,000 per bus? And obviously, this is going to be deployed on around 200 buses, which is a lot. And they're not going to spend 10,000 for each bus. So I wanted something that it could be negotiable, which is 2,000 to 3,000, because they would agree to that price instead of like a heavier price like this one, like the second model.
Just do a pilot testing for this once. That's my suggestion.
Yeah.
So probably you'll get a better understanding. So, yeah. Otherwise, a good study, a good solution proposed. Yeah. Anyone else, please?
No, let's move.
All right.
Okay.
So
So the next paper is Can AI Truly Understand Human Values by Tanishka Udani.
Yeah, hello ma'am. Ma'am, can you just share my PPT because I can't see my head?
Yeah. Can you see, Tanishka?
Yes, yes. Yes. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tanishka, and I'm currently studying in ninth grade. And today I'm presenting my research titled "Rise of Machines Can Artificial Intelligence Understand Human Values?" So, as AI is becoming deeply embedded in education, healthcare, workplaces, and even in decision making systems, understanding whether machines can interpret human values has become a question for our future. Why did I choose this topic? I chose this topic because I feel AI now influences our choices, our learning environments, and even the opportunities available to individuals. Yet, AI does not feel emotions or culture and grow through lived experiences the way humans do. So, this raised an important question for me. Can a machine built purely on data ever understand values shaped by fairness, empathy, kindness, and personal experience? This curiosity motivated me to explore this subject. Ma'am, can you change the slide, please? My research is structured around two main hypotheses. Hypothesis 1 is AI cannot fully understand human values because human judgment is often shaped by experiences, culture, and moral context. Researchers like Ian Gabriel argue that human values often contradict each other and machines cannot navigate through such emotional complexity. Harvard scholar Lilly adds that AI systems tend to inherit biasness from their training data. Hypothesis 2. With ethical design and advanced algorithms, AI may learn to interpret values and behave in a way which are aligned with fairness and empathy. The World Economic Forum highlights and emotion value alignment models and emotion recognition technology now achieves up to 95% accuracy, showing how quickly AI is evolving. Ma'am, can you see? So my method, I created a structured Google Form survey and collected over 117 responses from teachers, mentors, parents, professionals, etc. The survey explored questions on AI's usefulness, ethical concerns, privacy awareness, and trust levels. I then organized the data, grouping participants by age, occupation, and familiarity with AI tools. This helped me to identify patterns in how different groups perceive AI's capabilities and limitations. I then compared these perceptions with global research and case studies for a balanced understanding. I also added a few open ended questions that allowed participants to express their personal views in their own words, which gave me more insight into how people emotionally relate to AI beyond yes or no responses. Ma'am, can you change this? Yes. So, existing evidence versus the unexplored areas. Existing research explains AI's technical abilities like pattern recognition, personalization, emotion detection, and predictive analysis. However, far fewer studies explore whether AI can understand moral, meaning, or even emotional context. But human values emerge from empathy, compassion, cultural learning, and personal experience, qualities which machines do not naturally possess. So, this gap guided the direction of my research. Now, can you change the slide? Results and key findings. My survey revealed several important insights. Most respondents felt that AI improves learning by making explanations clearer, increasing engagement, and helping students relate classroom concepts to real life situations. Many valued AI's personalized support and quick feedback, but they still preferred a human judgment for emotional and sensitive decisions, showing that AI is seen as useful yet limited. Respondents also emphasized on concerns like around privacy, fairness, and the possibility of biased outcomes. Many supported teaching AI ethics in school, and teachers acknowledged AI's potential but expressed the need for proper training and guidance to use it responsibly in school settings. Ma'am, can you change the slide? So now let's interpret some survey trends. The first graph shows that most respondents agree that AI makes learning more engaging, personalized, and connected to real life situations. In contrast to the second graph, which highlights high concerns about privacy, fairness, and the possibility of biased outcomes. Respondents also raised awareness about teacher training and responsible AI use. This contrast shows that people trust AI's benefits but worry about the ethical risks. Overall, the trends reflect a desire for AI that is effective, transparent, and value aligned. Can you change the slide, please? Discussion and interpretation. To now understand these concerns in real world terms, I examined a global example. A major case from the United Kingdom revealed that an AI system incorrectly flagged thousands of innocent people for welfare fraud, and more than 80% of these accusations were false, caused by biased historical data rather than genuine fairness. This demonstrates that AI without strong ethical safeguards can make decisions lacking empathy and moral reasoning. It highlights the importance of designing systems that prioritize fairness and human dignity. Ma'am, can you change the slide? In the future, schools will need clear guidelines to ensure AI is used responsibly and support learning without replacing the human judgment. Teachers will require proper training so that they can integrate AI confidently and safely in the classroom. At the same time, developers must work on reducing biasness and improving transparency in AI systems. Strengthening the digital ethics and data protection will be also very essential. With the right balance of innovation and responsibility, we can build an AI powered future that protects human values while enhancing education and society. And the next slide, please. So, my research was supported by sources like the World Economic Forum's report on AI value alignment, Harvard studies on AI ethics, and academic work by scholars like Ian Gabriel and Lily. These references help me understand how AI interacts with human values as well as the risks that appear when ethical safeguards are missing. I also want to acknowledge the 117 participants who contributed to my survey and shared their honest perspectives. Their responses provided a real insight into how different groups view AI. I'm grateful to my mentor, my school, and everyone who supported and guided me through this project. And can you go to the next slide?
Taniska, please wrap up your presentation within 1 minute.
In conclusion, my research shows that AI may not feel human values, but it can be guided to respect them. The future of AI will depend on the choices we make, how responsibly we design it, and how wisely we use it. If we keep ethics at the center, AI can support humanity rather than replacing it. Ultimately, AI will shape our future, but it is our values that must shape AI. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanishka. It was very wonderful presentation. Yes, over to you, Dr. Niharika.
Hello. Hi, Tanishka. So you've taken a good primary study to understand, which is very prevalent nowadays. So, after you collected data or this 117 participants, I'm sure you must have spoke to them also about it. Okay. So, any major finding, which you would like to discuss with everyone? Any major observation?
So when I was initially, I thought that people may not, they might think AI is not a very big part, and then it's just something we just use it for our daily work and stuff. But I noticed people actually do really value that, really want AI to learn the ethics because it's becoming a part of our day-to-day lives, right?
So yeah, so that means learning of the ethical part of the AI, people are more they're looking forward to it, right?
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
what you're saying. So so Tanishka, once you are done with this, paper, what you can do is to take it forward, maybe in your next grade or maybe anytime you feel like. So you have 117 primary data. You can go for 50 interviews also from different grade of people, that is from students, teachers, professional, doctors, everyone. You can take some interviews and then see. You can do some word mining or text mining out of that, and then you can see how's your qualitative data matching up with your quantitative data. It gives more weightage to your study. But that is at a further view.
Dr. Niharika, I feel she has a text mining thing also. She has done.
Yeah, I talked about open-ended questions. So
Yeah.
I mean, few of them have said like
Yeah,
what
but
this
then
means.
there is a way of doing it.
Yeah,
R
correct.
R helps you. R Studio, that platform, and that also you can do. I think in Power BI also, I'm not sure, but I'm just trying to say that apply that technique, and then do it. You have some open-ended question, but when you interview them, the people don't want to type it that long. But maybe
Yeah.
when they're talking to you, right? So you'll get more of text. The more of content, that means more of analysis and more of findings you can have it.
Okay.
Just a suggestion, later on you can do it.
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Tanishka. Yeah. Yes, Sankar.
So our next paper is Addressing Challenges in Vector Control, Household Aids, Breeding and Practical Control Using Novel Tools in Tropical Settings Against Vector-Borne Diseases by Naisa Shah.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, Naisa, we can see
Yes,
your
yes.
screen. Yeah.
Okay, I'll start. So, good afternoon, one and all present here. My name is Naisa, and today I'm going to be talking about challenges in vector control, household ADs, breeding, and practical control using novel tools in tropical settings against vector control and vector borne diseases. I'm from NES International School, Mumbai, and I'm in the 9th grade. So, my aim. So, this study investigates the laser detection with electric grids to prevent mosquito entry due to electrocution and reduces the populations of mosquitoes without any surveillance on vector borne diseases in tropical regions. So, the prevalence of vector borne mosquito breeding in Indian households assesses knowledges, attitudes, and practices towards mosquito control. So, my method is to introduce a laser detection electrical net, which I call the Elden, a novel eco friendly device to kill the population of vector borne mosquitoes in tropical countries. So, my key findings from the whole research, this is a brief overview. My results show that the Elden, the laser detection electrical net, which is a novel eco friendly device, combining laser detection with electrical grids to prevent mosquito entry due to electrocution, which achieves 94% detection accuracy and 90% elimination accuracy, offering a safe, sustainable environment control and also controls the population of the vector-borne diseases in tropical regions such as our country, India. So, my introduction. So, mosquito-borne disease remain a pressing public health concern across tropical and subtropical countries. Malaria, chikungunya, dengue, and other such diseases are among the public health concern for India, where dense population, urbanization, and inconsistent sanitation practices create favorable breeding environments for mosquitoes. So I've proposed like a solution to this. I'll talk about it after my literature review. So the study investigates the prevalence of mosquito-borne diseases across peri-urban and urban communities in India. It examines household knowledge, attitudes, and practices towards mosquito control and calculates vector indices like the HI, which is the house index, CI, which is the container index, and BI, which is the Breto index. And in addition, my research also introduces and evaluates a novel household innovation, which is the Elden, which is the laser detection electrical net for windows, ventilators, and doors. So I found this solution from the entomological surveillance in Tamil Nadu during the dengue outbreak, which was used for the anti-larval, which is the AL, and anti-adult measures. Basically, it was performed by skilled workers and trained volunteers identifying immature stages of Aedes sampled in common mosquito habitats near the premises of human dwellings such as tires, coconut shells, cement cisterns, etc. So the sources were removed with all possible efforts, and in cases where removal was not possible, larvicide was emulsified, and the dosage of 1 ppm was used to kill the mosquitoes. So here, this is a table that shows the different series 1 through 4, and the deaths, referred cases, and how the HI, CI, and BL worked in this. So this concludes that because there are no specific medicines and vaccines available to treat the dengue fever, entomological surveillance and its significance can be used to halt the outbreak of dengue, as shown in the study of the Tamil Nadu state. So the study above clearly shows that entomological surveillance significantly reduces vector-borne diseases, and it goes to show that it's time for an innovative device or tool without human surveillance. So this is where I tried making like a prototype to solve this issue. So the Elden is conceptualized to address this urgent gap by offering a safe, efficient, and offering a safe, eco-friendly household barrier against mosquitoes. It's designed for installation on windows, ventilators, and doors, and it not only prevents mosquito entry but also decreases population and neutralizes them without any chemical pollutants, which is good for the environment. So it combines two technologies into one compact device. So the laser detection grid, which is an infrared or low powered laser sensor that track and detect the movement of flying insects approaching the net, and then the electrical mesh, which when detects any insect, it activates the system on a low voltage electrified grid, instantly neutralizing the mosquitoes and attempt to pass through. So what makes it special or innovative is its fusion of proactive detection and active elimination. Unlike conventional nets that only block entries of such insects, it eliminates mosquitoes before they establish indoor populations, reducing dependence on insecticides and ensures continuous automated protection without any surveillance. And importantly, the system is also designed to be child safe, or like literally anybody safe, and is energy efficient using low voltage electricity in an enclosed wiring, reducing the population of vector-borne diseases. So my objective is to design a prototype which is like a laser assisted electrical net for residential windows. So here I'll just talk about my research question. So what are the common household breeding sites for mosquitoes in selected urban areas and pre-urban communities in India? And what is the level of knowledge, attitudes and practices among household regarding mosquito prevention? So here methodology. So here I want to design, I'll talk about this in the procedure. So this is, I've used CAD and AI to design this image of what the net would look like. So this shows a laser grid on a window or any other vent open in a household. It shows my mesh net, the laser grid using LED and the controller. So step 3, prototyping and assembling. A working prototype was developed using aluminum frame nets fitted to standard windows, laser modules aligned to create a detection grid, low voltage electrical wires for the killing mechanism when electricity is passed, and an Arduino based controller programmed to trigger the electrical pulse upon confirmed mosquito detection. So this setup was tested in a laboratory chamber with varying mosquitoes densities, which I'll show on my next slide. So the prototype underwent repeated trials to assess detection accuracy, elimination efficiency, energy consumption, and safety performance. One second. So step 5, field and adaptation. So phase 1, which was conceptualizing, reviewing of existing mosquito prevention technologies, which were nets, repellents, UV mosquito traps, etc. It highlighted their limitations such as dependency on chemicals, need for constant user engagement. But my Elden was envisioned as an hands-free, chemical-free, and continuous protection without any surveillance by using battery or electricity. Then my prototype design, I used the CAD software to model, and I also used AI to model the structural arrangement of the laser grid and electrical net. Then lab testing, the prototype was tested in a controlled environment chamber containing a laboratory mosquito and breeding. Upon mosquitoes entry using the Arduino based controller board, it can be programmed to detect mosquitoes using laser light and trigger an electrical impulse. So how it works, so laser and receiver, the laser beam is directed towards a receiver, which is the LDR shown over here in the image, as you can see. Then interruption and detection. When a mosquito flies through the laser beams, it interrupts the light path, causing a change in the voltage output of the receiver. Then signaling processing, the Arduino reads this voltage and produces electricity. Then this is just the analog input. This talks about how the Arduino works. And then the confirmation, the Arduino could be programmed to confirm the mosquito detection by analyzing the duration of signal drop. Then my data collection. So I actually did test a prototype, and these were the 3 trials which is shown in the table. So these are the numbers of mosquito released. This is the detection accuracy, elimination accuracy, energy consumption, and safety outcome. So this was my main data presentation. So the result demonstrated that the Eldon prototype performed with a high reliability, achieving an average detection accuracy of 94 and elimination efficiency of 88%, meaning the majority of mosquitoes were both identified and neutralized effectively. Then this is just a bar graph that shows the table in the previous slide, and I've also made a line graph so it's easier to understand my data.
Nisa, can you please conclude your presentation in 1 minute?
So my conclusion, this study builds upon the finding by introducing a technological household innovation, the Eldon, the laser detection electrical net for windows or windows or doors, as a screen that combines automatic detection with electrocution to prevent indoor mosquito entry. So my limitations were, while the Eldon prototype provides promising results, some limitations remain, like the cost of the laser sensor components could be high than traditional nets, which is made of plastic or cloth. So future directions or recommendations for my future research, I could focus on enhancing detection algorithm to achieve near 100% accuracy, as well as improving the elimination mechanism to ensure faster and more reliable results. So efforts can also be made to reduce the production cost through design optimization and making the device more commercially available. Also, the government plays a crucial role by implementing compulsory rule to put an Eldon device to reduce the population of vector-borne diseases without any surveillance. So this is my citation, and yes, thank you. So now I'm open to any questions.
Yes, nice. A very nice study.
Thank you.
What motivated you to do this study, first of all?
So the main reason I decided to do this study is whenever I look around, even at my school, people are always sick with usually dengue fever, and I wanted to know what else could happen because of this fever. So I researched a bit, and I found out if you get this fever more than like 3 to 4 times, it can cause death, which made me scared and made me realize how big of a problem this is, and that there should be a solution to this issue.
Yeah, okay. Nitish, you have any questions?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, she said that a low voltage electricity will be passed through the Eldon, thus neutralizing the mosquito. Like, won't this mean that like the mosquito population would decrease in that area? Like, and she's saying that like with the help of the government, there could be new rules to keep Eldon in every house. So it could lead into the extinction of mosquitoes, maybe.
So, yes, I can answer this question. So, I'm just saying that it's proposed that government should keep them. So, there are many places filled with greenery where there are too many mosquito outbreaks, which causes more fevers, which results in deaths. And I think it's important for the mosquito population to be decreased significantly with my device, and it doesn't kill like the surrounding mosquitoes. Only when the mosquito tries to enter or attack the household, only then it's activated. So yes,
when it tries to enter the household, then but the primary food for the mosquito is blood. They will try to enter it. And like can't there be any other solution, like human precautions?
Well,
that could also help.
Human precautions usually cause the use of chemicals which are harmful to the environment, and they cause harm to others, not only like the mosquito population like you're saying, and it also causes harm to us as modernly we use incense sticks to blow away mosquitoes or other repellents, which causes harm to us and other species around.
That's what I'm trying to propose. Can't there be any other solution which has human precaution but without chemicals and without significantly decreasing the mosquito population?
See, this
Because
is what
it's
I came up with. There can be multiple, in fact, there can be hundreds of other theories proposed, but this is what I came up with and what I think is best for us currently.
okay.
So, yeah.
Yes, anyone? Dr. Niharika, you have any questions?
No, nothing from my end. I think study is really good, yeah, I like that every methodology, you have tested all the assumption and the way of presented. So yeah, good to go.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so our next paper is Diaspora Leverage Index by Gauri.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you see my screen?
Yeah, we can. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So, good afternoon. Today, I will present an empirical study on India's evolving relationship with its global diaspora through a new metric known as the Diaspora Leverage Index, or DLI. The index measures how formal remittance capital India mobilizes per million overseas Indian. Using only official datasets from the MEA, the RBI, and the World Bank, this work assesses whether the diaspora has transitioned from serving primarily as a source of household transfers to functioning as a macro relevant engine of external financing. India hosts one of the world's largest overseas communities, with about 34.3 million overseas Indians in 2025. Remittances surpassed 137 billion US dollars in 2024, making India the largest global recipient. Traditional approaches focus on remittances as private household flows. This study instead asks to what extent has India's diaspora become a structured capital network? The DLI provides a systemic measure of per migrant mobilization as its macroeconomic relevance. So, the research question is as follows. To what extent has India's diaspora transitioned from a passive source of household transfers into a networked macro relevant engine of capital mobilization? And it ponders upon how the DLI allows us to evaluate whether increases in remittances reflect expanded financial formalization, reduces corridor costs and digital integration rather than simply the changes in migrant numbers. The DLI is computed by dividing formal remittances from the World Bank's bxtrf.pwkr.cd series by the size of overseas Indian population as reported by the MEA, or the Ministry of External Affairs. Diaspora population figures are anchored to the official 2010 and 2025 datasets with linear interpolation for intervening years. We then apply breakpoint tests to identify structural shifts in the logarithm of DLI and estimate a VAR model linking GDP to diaspora leverage. Also, robustness checks include alternative diaspora paths, inflation adjustments, and lag sensitivity. This is a data overview. The analysis relies exclusively on official data sources. These include the MEA's enumerations of NRIs and PIOs for population denominators, World Bank and Nomad remittance statistics, the MOSPI consistent GDP figures, and institutional details from RBI surveys and the G20 National Remittance Plan. This ensures replicability within government and multilaterals. Between 2005 and 2024, formal remittances to India rose from 22.1 billion to 137.7 billion US dollars, adjusted for inflation. Over the same period, the diaspora grew only modestly from around 32.1 million to approximately 34.4 million. As a result, the DLI increased from 689 US dollars per migrant in 2005 to about $4,025 in 2024. This represents nearly a six-fold rise and reflects both formalization and digital improvements. Statistical break tests identified two structural changes in the DLI trajectory, one around 2008 and another around 2015, which is around here. These correspond closely with major institutional reforms. The 2008 break aligns with the expansion of rupee drawing arrangements and stricter FEMA compliance, and the 2015 break aligns with the onset of digital payment interoperability, including UPI and RuPay linkages and G20 cost reduction measures. The MEA's 2025 data shows that approximately 55% of all NRIs reside in the 6 GCC states, which are the Gulf corridors. These same corridors account for more than half of India's remittance inflows, as documented by the RBI. The heavy GCC concentration implies that labor market cycles, exchange rate regimes, and cost structures in these corridors have immediate implications for India's external balances. The cost for a typical $200 transfer fell from 9.1% in 2013 to around 5.38% in 2019. RDA corridors in GCC operate at a 2 to 4% rate, and these cost reductions, driven by competition, regulation, and digitalization, significantly increase India's net inflows even when migrant numbers remain stable. In the VAR model, a 1% increase in the DLI is associated with a 0.07% increase in real GDP the following year. A 10% DLI shock generates a cumulative 2 to 3% rise in GDP over an 8-year horizon. These results indicate that diaspora capital act as a stable non-debt source of macroeconomic support. The DLI captures India's transition from fragmented to high-cost remittance channels to a consolidated digital low-cost remittance system. The institutional milestones documented by the RBI and G20 strongly align with the breakpoints identified in the data visible over here, suggesting that improvements in infrastructure and regulation materially strengthen per migrant capital mobilization. Just to speak a little bit about the policy implementation as well, this would imply that the findings suggest that diaspora finance should be treated as a structural component of India's external financing architecture. Recommended measures include institutionalization of the DLI, monitoring and the economic survey, and RBI annual report, targeted corridor cost dashboards, and enhanced integration between MEA and the RBI data systems. Policy proposals include the creation of a National Diaspora Capital Board to coordinate remittance data, diaspora investment vehicles, and regulatory reforms. Additionally, the DLI-linked finance products such as indexed savings certificates and remittance-matched SME credit programs could enhance diaspora engagement while supporting domestic development. As I'm nearing the end of this presentation, further research could extend into the DLI into a comprehensive diaspora capital index, or could be termed as the CDCI. integrating remittances with outward FDI, which is the outward investment. State level panel studies may quantify sub-national heterogeneity, and integrating digital payment channels data would also allow real-time monitoring of capital mobilization. So, in conclusion, the Diaspora Leverage Index demonstrates that India's diaspora is no longer a passive participant in household level income support, but a significant component of the national external financing framework. By institutionalizing the DLI measurement, India can enhance policy coordination, cost efficiency, and long term macroeconomic resilience. Thank you so much for your time. If there's any other questions, I'll be happy to try my best to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you, Gauri. Thank you. Could you just go to your first slide? Okay, then simple question. You said you're talking about diaspora leverage index.
Okay.
How is it calculated?
Okay, so just simply the diaspora leverage index is calculated by the formal remittances in US dollars divided by the overseas Indians overseas per million Indians. So for every million Indians, it would be divided by the formal remittances in US dollars calculated for inflation as per the 2015 US dollar inflation rates, which are given on the World Bank's official website.
Okay, just come to your second slide.
Yes.
Okay, so to what extent? So your question, that is objective, is that you are trying to find it out. India's diaspora transition from passive source of household transfer into network or macro relevant engine of capital mobilization. That's your objective.
Right.
Come to the next slide. So your construct is DLI, that is remittance US dollar. This is what you explained me per million. Input is remittance. So when you say WDI, PSQ, can you explain me what is it?
Okay, so this is the code that is available on the World Bank's official website, and it helps convey the data for remittances and the MEA enumerations for diaspora population. So essentially, from this index, I'm gaining the measures per migrant mobilization of formal financial flow, and it's an official source of data. And
no, I understand, but did you study this? Like when you say WTI, when you say PX,
yeah,
when you
it's
say
the World
TRF,
it's the World Diaspora Index.
And BX is?
The World Diaspora Index is essentially where I can figure out how many individuals from each country are placed in like foreign locations, and it helps me. I filtered out each country only to get the data for Indian nationals, and it's basically the world. It's a part of the World Development Indicators.
I'm just asking the full form. PX means.
Oh, okay. So it's the personal remittances received in current US dollars.
And TRF then?
Sorry?
And TRF, because it's written dot, no, so I'm just like, is
yes.
it
So this
multiplied
is
by this?
No. This is the code. So that this is the code of the access of the official source of the World Development Index for personal remittances received in current US dollars. It's
and
available.
You said you have applied a breakpoint test on log of DLI, okay,
Yeah.
to detect structural rewind. Okay, and then VAR model. What is VAR model?
Okay, so the VAR module I have used extensively. would you like me to explain how I used it in my context or just
What is the full form of VAR?
Okay, so it's the vector auto-regression module.
And
So I've
which
used
tool
it.
did you use? Which tool did you use to apply this?
Yes. So I used something known as a graphic display calculator, or GDC, the FX 250, I think. Essentially, how I did it is that I used the log of my GDP time rate, and so it's basically using matrices, and I put the data into my GDC, and then it calculates it with all the variables on the statistics tab. So you go to the main screen, you press 2, and you can input your data over there, and then they'll give you the answer based on the data input. It's basically like a statistical system where multiple variables evolve together over time, and each variable depends on its own past values and the past values of other variables. So it's very common in macroeconomics because it avoids strong structural assumptions.
No, I got it. It's basically it works on the lag value. So sometimes in econometrics, they work on like 1 lag value, 2 lag value. You also check the stationarity of the data. You also check the autocorrelation in the data.
Yeah.
So that you can, I think, you can show it in your paper in a more better way.
Okay.
So anyhow, so yeah, good work,
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Can I stop presenting?
Yeah.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Okay, so the next paper is Digital Arrest Scams in India, an analysis of socio-demographic vulnerability, fear and financial loss by Siri.
Are you able to see the screen?
Yes.
Thank you. So good afternoon once again, everyone. I'm Siri Vadlamuri, and I'm presenting a research on one of the most frightening and financially devastating threats facing India, the digital arrest scams. Our analysis focuses on socio-demographic vulnerability, fear, and financial loss. So let's start with the scale of this crisis. India currently ranks 10th in the World Cybercrime Index. In 2023, cybercrime cases reported daily rose to 7,000, and the total loss due to cyber fraud in the first 9 months of 2024 was 11,333 crores. And this rapid escalation is actually fueled by AI tools that make fraudulent interactions very convincing. Now, specifically, the digital arrest scam is a specialized threat that's unique to India. Scammers impersonate CBI, NCB, or police officials, and then they accuse you of serious crimes like money laundering or drug trafficking. And they don't just call you, they force you onto a prolonged, mandatory video call telling you that you are under virtual detention. They monitor you, isolate you, and then demand money to compensate or acquit you. So what is the core problem? It's defined by psychological torture. This is not just a technical hack, it's a human hack that traps victims in virtual detention. The consequences go far beyond financial loss. It causes victim silence due to shame and massive erosion of public trust in our actual law enforcement. The silence and stigma are what hinder effective investigation and fund recovery. So why is this still happening? Because this subject is severely under-researched. Current literature is limited to descriptive analysis. It tells us what the scam is and what documents they forge or where the criminals are. For example, 46% originate outside of India, highlighting jurisdictional barriers. But here's a critical gap in literature. Even the phrase digital arrest lacks a formal academic taxonomy. We have several missing victim data, no statistical analysis of who is vulnerable, and no concrete enforcement suggestions. This study aims to fill that void. Our goals are to define the vulnerability profile using statistical analysis, measure the psychological impact, not just money lost, but the fear generated, evaluate the current system or response and lack thereof, and of course, suggest risk mitigation strategies to improve this. Our primary data collection involved 10 detailed, semi-structured interviews of victims of this scam that were conducted across Telangana and Andhra Pradesh between June and August 2025. We included diverse profiles, ages of like 30 to 72, various professions, and a wide income range. We collected over a dozen variables from traditional demographics, and we made victims rate their fear on a scale of 1 to 10. We also asked them more details about the scam itself, including any personal information being compromised, what internet platform was used, and did they actually report this scam to any police or authorities. After this, we proposed 5 hypotheses, checking whether certain demographic factors correlated to fear level or financial loss. So specifically, hypothesis 1 is about education. We found an odds ratio of infinity, so education level strongly correlates to this scam. The conclusion is clear. All victims in our sample who lost money had a non-tertiary education, which tells us exactly who to target with awareness campaigns. Next, we checked gender and found a difference that females had a mean fear rating of 8.67, while males' average was 5.57. So this is not just random, it actually shows that the scam's psychological coercion is disproportionately affecting its and inducing panic in its female victims. The third hypothesis is to do with education. So occupation significantly affects fear levels when faced with this scam. IT workers showed the least fear of 3.67 out of 10, which is likely due to their digital awareness. But look at the highest risk group, which is retired or non-working individuals, who reported a mean fear of 9 out of 10. So vulnerability is defined by distance from daily technical exposure. And then a critical finding is when we tested the impact of the scammer revealing personal information like the Aadhaar card. When Aadhaar information or other personal information was used during the scam, the mean fear rating went up to 9.33 out of 10, which shows that the use of an official ID bypasses critical thinking and triggers panic compliance. Usage of Aadhaar, according to the fifth hypothesis, does not correlate to the money lost during the scam, but this could be due to the small sample size. From this, we can draw several conclusions. So we have statistically now defined the victim vulnerability profile. Our data shows a clear pattern. The vulnerable are the less educated, the non-working individuals, and the trigger is a compromise of personal information. We've also exposed massive system gaps. According to the data profile in our study, no participant has contacted the police, and those who contacted cybersecurity helplines reported that the help they received was completely useless. So based on these findings, we proposed 3 immediate actions. Targeted digital literacy campaigns. We must stop generic warnings. We need to focus resources on the highest risk demographics, like the seniors and the less educated, and explicitly use the message reiterated on news platforms. Legitimate law enforcement will never demand money or conduct arrests via video call, so we must therefore be able to identify the scam. Institutional reform is also needed, as we need mandatory training for police and helpline staff in deepfake detection. Crucially, we must dramatically improve the speed, professionalism, and utility of these helplines to build the public trust necessary for reporting. And lastly, policy and tech modernization. Our laws, like the IT Act from the year 2000, is outdated. We must develop dedicated legal provisions for AI-led fraud and invest in the government and private sector collaboration to build AI models that flag scam scripts in real life. This crisis is urgent. I hope our research provides the evidence needed to ensure that none of us fall victim to digital arrest. Thank you.
Excellent theory. Very nice.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, yeah. Any question? Dr. Pooja?
No, it's a wonderful topic, Siri, and I think you should be presenting this to the government of India, that what are the recommendation and policies to come up with for the digital arrest.
Thank
Because
you.
even I have got 10 emails regarding the digital arrest.
I mean, the inspiration for this research was actually because my mom experienced this scam, and then that's how I was interested in it.
The need of the hour, yeah.
Yeah, good work, Siri.
Thank you.
Can we take 5 minutes break and we'll announce the winners and runner-ups?
Yeah,
Dr.
sure. Yeah, sure. So let's connect after 5 minutes. So we'll announce the winner, the runner-up. Yeah. All right. So it's 3-2. We'll meet at 3-7. Yeah.
Yeah.
How Yeah. So, how did you was it your first time presenting a paper in a research conference? And if yes, how was your experience? How has been till now that, presenting a conference, finding something of your own? Anyone can talk to me. Anyone? Anyone? Okay, then I'll share you my journey. Okay. So, I think you guys are lucky that at an early age, okay, you all have started your research journey. I started my research journey at my end of the masters, because I come from that era wherein having an internet was a problem. We would not have having a laptop or a computer at home was was a very difficult thing. And even if you had all this thing, then getting an access to the correct information. So I remember I would physically go to this American library, British library, IIT Delhi library, IIM's library, to collect data, talk to people, record it in my mobile somehow, and then do all the text mining analysis, everything manually. So and I really feel good that at such young age, every one of you have come up with great topic, great finding, and believe me, it has been very difficult for us to decide, who's the winner, who's the runner-up. According to me, every one of you, believe me, and I'm not just saying because, I'm here and you guys are listening to me since morning. No, it's not because of that. Believe me, it's been a incredible journey, excellent work, and we all from Global Art Hub, we all are so proud of you. So a big round of applause to every participant present over here. Your excellent work. And I like the Josh in all of you, right? I mean, the way you all come well prepared and the way you're presenting with such confidence, And I'll tell you another secret about me. I used to be very scared of presenting my speaking about a topic or an essay also in front of my classmates. But you guys are coming on this global platform where professors are there, executives are there, and these jury members are there. They're asking you some random question, and how confidently each one of you are answering it. So great work, at an early age you all have started, commendable work. Very good. Okay, so now Dr. Pooja, over to you. Dr. Pooja, you're there? Okay, she is. She'll take some time, okay, because I think she's still deciding. Okay, so Arun, you there? Arun?
Yeah, Dr. Niharika, I'm here.
Yeah, so Arun, would you like to talk to participants, before we announce?
No, I would like to say, it was, deeply impressive how everyone, presented, their work so maturely, and then also the handling of questions at a very young age. It is quite commendable. So, this decision has not been easy for Dr. Niharika and Dr. Pooja to make. But yeah, we are incredibly proud of the work that all of you kids have done.
Yeah, excellent work. Yeah, so Dr. Pooja, you're there now?
Yes,
Still there?
yes, yes. So finally, we have our winners and runners-ups. Yeah. So for YSSP track, that is Young Scholar track, we have runner-up is Naisa Shah, addressing challenges in vector control, household ADs, breeding and practical controlling novel tools in tropical setting against vector-borne disease. Yeah. Now coming to the winner, Guess who's the winner for YSSP? So we have for YSSP, we have Amishi Gupta, role of biotechnology in vaccine development.
Thank you so much, ma'am, and everyone.
Yeah. Now coming to the HSSP, that is high schooler track. The runner-up is Anish Pandya, improving thrust of Hall effect thruster by increasing ionization rate using quantum mechanical scattering theory. Okay, and
Excellent.
winner, it was difficult for HSSP. So we have Siri, that is e-waste, and the circular economy, a comparative analysis of South Asian and Western European countries. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, winners and runner-ups. Okay, now coming to the undergraduate. So for undergraduate, we have runner-up as Diya, that is income inequality and socio-economic determinants of mental health in G20 countries, a multi-ticket analysis. And the winner is, we liked your presentation very much, Bhavya Gelawat, gut-brain axis, investigating the microbiological and neuropsychological correlates of awareness among youth.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Narika ma'am, Pooja ma'am, and entire global network. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
So so congratulations to all the winners and runners and others. For me, everyone is a winner. As I said, everyone had done a wonderful job and wonderful presentation. So all of you will get your certificates by probably Monday. You all will get it. And thank you so much for being there. Thank you so much for listening to all the presentation and presenting your work. And I look forward that all of you will publish your paper and take your research forward. That's more important, more than getting a certificate or something. Take your research forward. Go ahead with your with the extension part of your research, so that you don't discontinue it. You come out with more findings, and you never know, one day you might come up with your own patent. So congratulations once again to all of you, to all the participants. Thank you so much, and to everyone here, and to all my team members also. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Niharika. Thank you, Dr. Pooja. Yeah, thank you everyone for joining us today.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you everyone for joining.
Thank you. Good luck. Yeah.
Good luck,
Thank you.
everyone. Thank you for joining.